order. We'll begin with roll.
Supervisor McGorty.
Present.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Here.
Supervisor Hashak.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
And Supervisor Williams.
Good morning.
Supervisor Jurdy, would you like to lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Item 2 is public expression. Is there anyone who wishes to address the board at this time?
Good morning, Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation. A little short around here. I'll get to that in a minute. But today for me, and thankfully it came from God yesterday, because I wasn't going to come to this meeting. I didn't want to come. I was watching the General Government Committee meeting yesterday, and what a firefight. So I decided I got to come say something about that. And right afterwards, I got the phone call from Jasmine Manalo of Fit Pros. And she found me through Ukiah Farmers Market. And what they are about is workplace wellness, something I've tried to push when I've had the time and energy. And they're having an event March 17th at 200 South School Street from 9:30 to 11:30. And again, that's about workplace wellness. And NCO is who brought Fit Pros into the county, and I hope they stay. So that's my gratitude and appreciation. My ungratitude and appreciation, actually, it's like given what I said last time, what have you done for me lately? Especially watching that General Government Committee meeting. Marijuana, the budget, the employees, all of these main issues, in this county, marijuana is dead after what I saw yesterday. It's just dead. How can that happen? I at one time heard somebody float the idea of letting some of the taxes go on these people to help them out. Yesterday I was hearing that's the only way. We're not getting any money from these people. And I'm looking on the outside. Neither side is functional. It's an adversarial relationship, and I would like it to stop. There's not one of you up there that smokes marijuana. You know what I mean? And when you're in the county, we should be number one. And we don't have any other choices to replace you. So given that, please give these people some consideration when they come in and are begging for their lives, because they're not going to be here in September. Because I know some of the details of what's going on. And just pull back. Let their taxes go. Stop meddling with every issue that comes up with these people. At some point, they've got to be good. Why can't you take one person at a time and clean them up and make them legal? Every single person I know gets fought at with the county level, and that needs to stop, period. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ken Boudreau, and I think some of you may remember me. I was here a while ago to talk about roundabouts. It was suggested to me that I attend an MCOG meeting to talk about this. The first in-person MCOG meeting was scheduled for next week. They've now canceled it, so I've been unable to address them. I've attempted to learn more about these roundabouts, which the county planning is calling them roundabouts. And I've contacted the county. I was able to obtain a copy of the presentation that they gave you on roundabouts. And I attempted to sit down and talk with them about it. And for some reason, I was told that I wouldn't be able to do that, that if I wanted to put any input in, it would have to wait until public comment after this thing was well down the road. I now know that it's not just one roundabout, it's up to 6 roundabouts. 3 on the north side of the freeway on State Street and 3 south. I've looked at the diagrams that the county has put together on this, and I was wrong when I talked to you before about two lanes coming northbound and merging into one, and 2 lanes coming southbound and merging into one. It appears, according to their diagrams, that they want to run 2 lanes through the roundabouts, both north and southbound, as they're south of the freeway. I don't know whether they think they're going to find enough room to do that, and I don't know how the drivers are going to be without concern and confusion when this goes in. If these are constructed in the way that I saw the diagram, there's going to take large amounts of room, more than what is there now. It's going to make some very tight turns. Large trucks are going to have a real hard time going through there without taking both lanes if there's 2 northbound and 2 southbound. Bicycles are going to have a very difficult time going through there, which they're legally allowed to do. They have their drawings show crosswalks at the lead-in to some of these traffic circles. That's going to add to confusion and problems. And then I was going through the agenda for today, and I looked at the last item on the agenda, which happens to be 3AV, and it talks about you okaying in the consent calendar an exemption to the Environmental Act. I can't see that is not going to do what they said, because it says in here in their note to you today about adopting the resolution, the project will alter existing highways, streets, sidewalks, gutters, bicycle and pedestrian facilities and similar facilities, and will not add new automobile lanes or substantially increase the capacity of the roadways. I take concern with the word increase. I think if anything is going to happen, it's going to decrease. It's going to make it harder for drivers to get through there because of the way it's being constructed, if it's constructed at all. I hate to think what this thing is going to cost. And in that same stretch of road, since they put in the Purple Pipe project, there's been potholes in that
Okay,
road.
Mr. Boudreau, you need to wrap it up. We're out of time for you, so please conclude your comments.
I'll come back next time and finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning. Carrie Shattuck. I have the same amount of concern with these roundabouts. We're talking about not being able to fund our roads in this county, and as Jerdy's mentioned, some of them going back to dirt, and we're going to spend how much money addressing something that, generally these roundabouts are put in where a light isn't feasible. We already have lights there besides on and off of 101. I mean, I don't see how this is going to help at all. Where is all this traffic going to go while these are being built? Like, are we encroaching into all of these properties around there? I mean, there's a Starbucks going in there by the truck stop or Chevron now, and I just don't see this being feasible at all. I think the county needs to spend its money somewhere else. Also, the public records request was brought up last time about charging the county. Charging the county charging citizens for records requests. This creates a huge lack of transparency for our county. If our website, the county's website, was better, maybe, but you try to find things on the website, it is ridiculous. I actually looked at the tab last night in the agenda. It actually still says these meetings are closed as of March of 2020. So, it's not being updated. I tried to find the CEO report a while back. It brings me up the 2018 one first. I actually talked to IT and they corrected that. But trying to find any of the board's resolutions or anything on the website, you can't find anything like that. That's where the county needs to put their money, is being transparent out there with what we already have. I mean, how much money is it going to cost us to track and trace all this money for records requests? We're going to have to hire someone else just to keep track of all of this billing and how much it's going to cost, and what is someone going to go to all these different departments, and who's going to come up with how much it's costing. So I think it's very much showing lack of transparency in our county. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the room who wishes to address the board? Okay, if not, how about online? Hannah Nelson.
Good morning, supervisors. Myself and Ellen Drell sent you each and county council a letter regarding the vegetation modification issue under 10A17. And in the letter, we specifically asked if each of you would please reach out to us to schedule individual meetings with Ellen and myself and each of you individually to discuss the matter prior to the 3/14 board meeting. So far, we've heard from one supervisor, and we very much appreciate that. And I ask that you just reach out to us to try and schedule something at your convenience for the end of next week, or perhaps at the latest Monday before the 14th meeting, so that we can go over this issue and take less time during the meeting regarding it. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Anna Marie Weibel.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Anne-Marie Weibel. You're about to approve item 3I on the agenda. My comments are not dealing with this item, but it ties in. AT&T was granted a permit to build a wireless communication facility 3 miles inland from Highway 1 on Navarro Ridge Road in May of 2019. Without informing the Planning and Building Department, the commissioners, and the public, AT&T went ahead and put in 43 telephone poles and strung fiber optic cable overhead in the coastal zone and highly scenic area for 3 miles. The county's transportation department apparently allowed AT&T to do that. Locals stopped this work, but you supervisors, under pressure from AT&T's lawyer, allowed them to finish the job. The Coastal Commission demanded a post-CDP, but the Planning Commission has not made that happen and has no updates for the public since last October. The recent storms made it necessary to temporarily attach these cables to poles and trees. It was a horrific sight. Locals believe that the tower is already on, maybe since last March. If you want to see just how bad it can look on your agenda item 3I and multiply that with how it would look by attaching all these strings and ropes to poles and also to trees, I would be glad to send you some photos. Can you please force the Planning and Building Department to hold the CDP? Better yet, tell AT&T to go underground, as we have no CPUC line maintenance supervision in this county. I appreciate you working with the planning department and with AT&T to force AT&T to go underground. This is a scenic, highly scenic zone. This is in the coastal zone. It should not ever have been allowed by the Department of Transportation without informing the planning department and the Planning Commission and the public. Thank you very much.
Next, we have phone number 707-701-1403.
Caller, can you press *9 to unmute, please?
Hear me?
Yes, we can.
Now we can.
Right. Well, good morning, supervisors and staff. My name is Marcy Snyder, and I'm representing the Grassroots Institute. I'm calling you today because the California Public Utilities Commission in December made a decision to reduce the payback on solar electricity production from rooftop solar by 80%. The new ruling is called Net Energy Metering 3, or NEM 3. NEM 2, which has an 80% higher payback, can still be accessed if the interconnect application is submitted with PG&E by April 14th. That's called NEM 2. It's just paperwork. The county can submit this application to PG&E. And you have 3 years to complete the installation of photovoltaic systems. This will save the taxpayers lots and lots of money. You can put solar on rooftops, and it can be freestanding on all of your county-owned properties. Once again, I want to summarize. The staff can submit an interconnect application to PG&E by April 14th in order to get payback rates that are 80% higher than what the CPUC has determined will happen in the future, simply by making interconnect applications with PG&E for your properties, which are also our properties. This will save taxpayers dollars, and it will save the atmosphere as well, which is, of course, very crucial. And thank you for all the work you've done on all this. And I hope you have a good day and can move forward.
Hold on, I think we have a
Thanks.
question from Supervisor Williams.
The question was for the chair. Where can we refer this? I support it. I don't want the county to miss an opportunity.
Let's see, CEO Antle?
Through the chair, I think we could talk with IT and PBS if we need to and have a joint effort to submit.
Yeah, I would also support such a move.
And Chair, could we also research whether there are any penalties if we make the agreement and we don't follow through? In other words, is there a reason to not apply for several of our facilities and hope for the best?
Yes. Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We have had these conversations with General Services, Janelle Rao, and she's certainly aware of the issue and working with it as quickly as possible with the Willits solar panels and all that. So I think General Services is aware of the situation too.
That seems correct to me as well.
Yeah, we can pull them in, sure.
Okay, great. All right, let's go on to our next caller, who is Tamara Alanis.
Thank you, Chair McGordy, and good morning, supervisors. I'm calling from Brook Trails, and I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that, you know, recently we have seen an increased presence of Department of Transportation staff over the last few weeks before this storm, but we are so grateful, and I would like to commend Chad Handy for all the work that he's been doing, plowing the streets and making sure that people can get out and get to their jobs and get to where they need to go. There's more storms coming, and they're out there in the street right now. So thanks a lot to Chad and to Howard for all the work that Department of Transportation is doing on the roads up here, especially during the storms. Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara. And for Director DeShield, there's a positive comment for you, Howard. I know you always say we never get anything but complaints, so there's a positive one for you. Okay, so let's move on to Michael Katz next.
Yes, good morning, supervisors and county staff. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance, calling in support of the letter submitted by Hannah Nelson and the Willits Environmental Center regarding vegetation modification and supporting that each supervisor should meet with them to discuss the letter in depth in advance of the March 14th meeting. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Is there anyone else on the line? That's it? Okay. Additional Michael Katz?
Hi, this is Monique Ramirez, District 3, and I also want to offer support for the memo that was brought forward by Hannah Nelson and Ellen Drell of the Willits Environmental Center. And it just highlights that there can be collaboration in our community on really important topics, and it's really beautiful to see that happening. And I really hope that our board will take into consideration their thoughtful memo and the recommendations around vegetation modification. Thank you.
Does that conclude public expression, or is there more? There's more. Okay. So we also have number 505-901-1476.
Yes, my name is Hannah Lee Bull, calling from Fort Bragg, California. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you? Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to offer my support to Marcy Snyder and to the supervisors who also support the interconnect applications to PG&E regarding solar power for the government buildings as a huge big start. I think that's just great that there's so much support for this. Thank you so much. I also want to, one thing that has puzzled me has been that ordinary citizens, not government, I live in a very disadvantaged area in Fort Bragg. There are many disadvantaged families, but I don't understand why Mendocino County doesn't appear on the disadvantaged communities map. You know, because there's so much help, financial help, almost complete financial help for having homes converted to solar if you belong to a disadvantaged community and are low income. And many of our families are low income here. So anyway, that's off topic, but it's really something that has puzzled me. But I greatly support Marcy Snyder and the other supervisors and who support solar. Thank you so much.
Okay. Are we finished with public expression at this point? Okay, so we're going to move to item.
I have a question for county council.
Sure.
Yeah. I would normally have asked this question in advance of the meeting, but that didn't happen. So I did see the letter from Hannah Nelson regarding her and Ellen Drell, and my first reaction was concern about Brown Act violations, which we should all be concerned about. My second reaction was really around taking advice from people that want to sue us. So I don't know, I feel incredibly uncomfortable having a private meeting with people that are threatening litigation, and I don't know if county council has any advice for the members of the board about whether or not they should take that meeting.
Yeah, I will start and say that anytime we're in a context of potential litigation, and I do believe the letter sort of implied threats of litigation, and there's been some independent statements, I believe, both related to Ms. Nelson and the Willits Environmental Center related to possibly suing the county over the cannabis program. Anytime there's a potential threat of litigation, the board members need to be aware that anything and everything that you say in any context, essentially except for attorney-client communication, is potentially admissible evidence against the county at some point down the road. Our general advice is not to comment on things that are potentially subject to litigation because of the fact that it can complicate things. Even if you don't say anything that's incriminating or bad for the county, disputes over what was said, areas of need for potential follow-up can increase the level of legal costs related to any potential litigation. Now, you're dealing with a situation where you also have constituents that are going to have input that they want to provide. So, I don't want to discourage you from, reviewing the letters, having public comment, having an opportunity for people to talk to you. But frankly, if the expectation is to have more of a one-on-one dialogue with the individual supervisors, I do have to warn you that you do need to be careful in that anything that could be said in that context is potentially subject to dispute and significant legal costs somewhere down the road. Does that answer your question, Supervisor Mulhern?
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think we spend too much time on cannabis. It's just about every meeting. And there's so many other things in this county that need to be addressed. I would like to funnel all of that discussion back to the General Government Committee. They've been willing to take up the issue. And when they have a recommendation, I'll put heavy weight on that recommendation. But I think to lobby all 5 of us and bring it back into the discussion at every board meeting is a mistake for all parties.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Haschak. We're not to the consent calendar just yet. We have item 5, which is modifications to the agenda. Councilor Curtis.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Deputy CEO Duncliffe is in the room and can speak to the item. There was a matter that came to the attention of the board after agenda publication and requires immediate action. I would suggest that the board would hear from Deputy CEO Duncliffe, and then prior to adding it to the agenda, you'd need to take a vote. Needs to be at least a 2/3 vote to make the findings that it qualifies as something that came to the attention late and requires immediate action, at which point the board can then insert it into the calendar for full consideration.
CEO Anthony.
Yes, through the chair, I would hope that the board would consider taking the vote to add it now, and then we'll do the item later in the day, please.
Okay. Deputy CEO Duncliffe.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So this item is a routine grant that the Environmental Health Department seeks on a regular basis. It was approved by your board in November of 2022. And the issue is that it designated specifically the public health director as the individual authorized to accept the grant funds, as we're aware the public health director subsequently retired. So, and the state has received a letter indicating that the CEO is the proper designee, but they would like to ensure that there's a clear paper trail. So this item is essentially just going to be correcting based on an employee retirement, an item that will allow us to accept grant funds. The time sensitivity of this is because the state had already made the award. They've given us a deadline of March 2nd to have this corrected, or they would rescind the funds. So that's the urgency and the requirement for off agenda.
I would entertain a motion from someone on the board.
I move we make the necessary findings of the item coming late and being time sensitive.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Supervisor Haschak, do you still have a comment or no? That's for the next item. It's been moved and seconded. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Do we need public comment?
I would suggest an opportunity for public comment.
Okay, public comment if there's any in the room. Okay, barring none, then we'll move on and take the vote. There is a comment.
This is Lillian Bearden, Deputy Clerk of the Board. Adina Flores, go ahead and make your comment, please.
My apologies, was this for the consent calendar?
We're not there yet, so hold that thought.
Okay, my apologies, thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for the vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion
And-
carries unanimously.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I may, when we get to the item later, we'll have paper copies of the resolution authorizing the signature for the audience as well as to be posted online so that the public can see the document before the board votes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so the consent calendar is next. Has the clerk established proper notice?
For notice has been established.
Okay. Are there any items to be pulled for separate consideration? Supervisor Hasjack?
Yes, I'd like to pull items 3H, 3O, and 3AV.
3H, 3O, and 3AB. And I would like to make a comment on item 3J. All right, so should we go ahead and ask to discuss these items now at this time from the board, or do we get public comment first?
Yeah. Well,
Go ahead.
with item 3H, I'd just like to bring awareness to this proclamation about the grand jury and their dedication to civic involvement, their public duty, and the endless hours that they spend working on the issues, trying to make this a better county. I think we have a person in the audience who would like to make a statement too. Ms. Hester. And so really I wanted to bring this up about just the good work they do. And it's a crucial part of having representative government.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for all you do. You certainly know about public service.
Ms. Hester, can you pull the microphone to you a little more?
You certainly know about sacrifice. Shall I sing for you too? Okay, dokie. No. This is my third term on the Mendocino County Civil Grand Jury. This time is 4-person. That ain't happening again. I just want to say a few things. This is the first time that the California Grand Jury Association has encouraged counties in California to do a proclamation. And they were late getting it to me and then me to y'all, so that's hence why February, the last day we're doing this. Little has been done to give recognition to the people who serve behind the scenes, like the grand juries. We're down in the dungeon, right? Sometimes the heat works, sometimes the air conditions work, sometimes other things work, not always. But we've suffered through and come through COVID and trying to do meetings from afar, the things that y'all have had to deal with, the grand jury has too. The grand jury is tasked with shining a light where a light needs to be shown on where public funds are spent, and accountability. And it covers the whole gamut of government. And it's an interesting thing to do, and one of my goals in getting y'all to do this proclamation, not only to honor all those who have served and are serving, but to encourage people. We're in the recruitment stage now for this next year. Our year runs from July 1 to June 30. And right now we're in the crucible time of writing reports and trying to get our I's dotted and our T's crossed. But I wanted to also do a personal encouragement and read a couple of things. Edmund Burke was born in 1729 in Dublin, a good Irishman. He died in 1797 in Great Britain. He served on Parliament from 1766 to 1794. As a philosopher and statement, he is often quoted, but I only pull 3 for you. Number 1, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Number 2, the greater the power, the more dangerous the abuse. Number 3, those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. And I know y'all are educated people and have heard these comments many, many times. I serve because I'm a patriot, and I have my family all the way back to George Washington served our country. You can do it whether you're old or young. You do need to know a little bit of computer. That's been kind of hard for some of us. But I just want to honor all of those who have gone before, and there are many, many who have spent hours and hours and hours, And I want to just say to y'all, as we have learned about what supervisors receive for training, y'all deserve many, many stars in your crown. you jump into a place of service that hasn't really been explained to you as a newcomer. And I bet now as a second termer or third termer, some of you are going, I wish I had known then, of course. Well, my jurors are saying the same thing, because I have mostly new jurors this year for the first time. And they say, I wish we had, well, it was in the training manual, you know, but if you're inundated with so much. And so these people are dedicated, and I see the time. They're conscientious. They have worked hard. Some have had to go by the wayside because of personal things like health. One of ours is now in terminal illness, dealing with that. And so it's been a real pilgrimage this year, not as in any other year. Everyone who has served many times has said this has been the most difficult year. So anyway, I want to thank you for the proclamation. Thank you for joining me to honor those who serve so faithfully. And I want to thank you all for your service too. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hasjack, items that you pulled. What's next?
Yes, item 3.0 is the approval of agreement with 4Leaf for up to $1.6 million in contract planning services. I just had a couple questions about that, and it seems like, you know, this is paying for that contract with the grant money, the Local Jurisdiction Assistance Grant Program money funds. And so it looks like on the grant that those monies were supposed to be expended in 21, 22, and 22, 23, and yet this contract goes, so that 23 would have ended on June 30th. This contract goes till December 31st of 2023. I just wanted to make sure that there had been a awareness or agreement with the state that these monies could be spent in the last 6 months of 23, from July 1st to December 31st, if we don't spend the 1.6 million in the next 4 months. And the other question I have is, there was a question yesterday in the General Government Standing Committee, is to make sure that this is for 20 planners, so that they can get to work immediately, because if we don't hire 20 and we only have 7 internal planners, then to meet the goals of the program, they need 27 planners working on it for the next 2 years or so. And so if we started off, we have to start off hiring 20 planners. I want to make sure that that is clear with the department, and that's the goal.
So Director Nevedal is here. Would you please step forward and address the concerns that Supervisor Hasjack has alluded to?
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis, Kristen Nevedal here, Director of the Mendocino County Cannabis Department. The LJAGP grant is kind of an interesting grant process, because it allows us to spend down those funds over the course of 5 years, or until the end of the grant spend down period, which is December 31st of 2025. So even though we were not able to onboard contract planning services as early as we had anticipated, there's nothing that prohibits us or restricts us from moving forward with contract planning services currently, and then spending monies this year and through the end of the grant, excuse me, the grant disbursement timeline. So I hope that addresses your first question, Supervisor Hasjack.
Yeah, that was a concern, that because it was designated for that time period, that we had permission, or it was approved to spend it after that.
Yes. So, and then the second question about 20 planners. The grant, or the agreement in front of you today, does not include the number of planners. 4Leaf does have 20 planners available, so we can proceed with asking them to dedicate those 20 planners to application review.
So they have said that they have 20 planners available.
Correct. They have said that they have 20 planners available.
Okay, so we can get that contract going with them right away.
Correct. The contract
Okay.
executes upon signature.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, and then item 3AB.
Yeah, item 3AB was the item about the North State and the roundabouts, and I was wondering if Director DeShiel had any comments to the previous comments made during public expression.
Chair McGordy,
Yes.
can we clarify, is it AB or AV?
Oh, I misheard it, I'm sorry, it's AV.
AV.
AV, okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Howard DeShield, your Director of Transportation. I'll be really, really brief. In your agenda summary, it lists back the history of bringing this idea to the board, and of course, the most complete report, you can go back to February 4th of 2020, when the department brought forth two concurrent items. One was, and all of this work was really done pursuant to UVAP, which was adopted in 2009. A lot of different transportation needs around proposed development, and we went through a series of planning steps. And the culmination of that was February 4th, 2020, where we looked at whether we would have another north-south route in the Ukiah Valley. As you might know, the only county route that goes through the Ukiah Valley, there are no alternatives to that area at 101 in North State Street, nothing else. So we wanted to be, we had projections for growth. We wanted something that would be a big picture so that as we did pieces, we could confirm they would all fit. And you can go review those reports. We, of course, let the member of the public know about those when he contacted us. And the idea is that the board's direction in 2020 was they preferred the roundabout alternatives. Signal lights were also looked at. And in fact, as far as right-of-way use, with the stacking lanes that are necessary to queue traffic in traffic signal scenario that was presented in those reports, there's actually less land used with roundabouts than traffic signals. I would make that comment to contrary to what the member of the public said. And we may not ever build all six, but I at least wanted to know that if I built one or two or three of the six, that it would all work together when we were done. I hope that there is a separate north-south route through development that happens in addition to North State Street. If that happens, those will be one-lane roundabouts. There'll be one-lane roundabouts to begin with because the traffic volumes have not increased to the point we would need two-lane. But if we never got another north-south route, we would know that with the growth projections that we have, that those roundabouts would function, into the future. So that's my short
Well, thank
synopsis.
you, Director DeShiel. That was very good to hear.
All right.
I appreciate it.
I have a question for Director DeShiel. So we have Lake County to look to for experience now with roundabouts because they've embraced them on Highway 20 and 29 intersection and also Highway 53. What's kind of the word among transportation people as to how their experiences are working out for them?
Well, one thing, and it was brought out in that presentation, again, the public can go back and look at the board's posting from February 4th, 2020. But there's a big difference between the modern roundabout that is in this design and traffic circles. And they're actually have very favorable advantages. There is much less chance of a typical signalized intersection T-bone, accident, which is usually very serious, fatality or serious injury. Roundabouts tend to produce side swipe type accidents when they do happen at lower speeds. Roundabouts are also very functional in that, you know, when the power goes off, you don't have to worry about the batteries going dead. Roundabouts continue to function, so they're very sustainable. And it is true that bicycles and pedestrians do have problems with them, but there are the pedestrian refuge areas, as it's shown on the layout, where you can cross one lane and then another and have a curbed area to wait in as you finish your activity. And as far as the trucks go, these modern roundabouts are following the Caltrans design manual, and a full STAA, full-size highway truck like runs on 101 can absolutely navigate these roundabouts. That's that.
Hey, thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
I just have a brief comment on, Supervisor Haschak.
No, go ahead.
So I'm on item 3J, and I was contacted by someone that said, it doesn't seem like we're in a drought anymore. Why are we having a declaration? So the effects of drought go on for some time. And, you know, we're involved in several grants that will continue to require paperwork, if I'm correct, CEO Antle, and that's why this is on the agenda. Can you give a brief explanation?
Yes, for the local emergencies, we need to, public health is every 30 days. So if there's a public health emergency, we do those every 30 days. For other local emergencies, it's every 60 days. It's required by the state of California, Cal OES.
Okay, so the good news is looking at the oceanic temperature maps, the cold area off the coast of South America is going away and it's becoming warm. And the likelihood of us having a El Nino event is going up proportionally, so we should expect to have good moisture. We don't need a March miracle. Our reservoirs are full. Our ground is saturated. Our streams and rivers are flowing. We're in good shape. So, thank you. Supervisor Haschak.
I was going to move approval of the consent calendar.
Second, after public expression.
Is there any further public expression?
Good morning again, Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to ask about 3M, which is a agreement for up to $80,000 now with Gary Ernst for fiscal review services. I'm not sure what department, well, it says behavioral health, but what about Lloyd Weir? I haven't heard anything about him giving us assistance when he was supposed to be hired as a consultant to assist the county with financial reviews. And also I'd like to comment about what Howard DeShiel said about there is no connecting roads for the north end of Ukiah. I know there was a plan to extend from Orchard to Ford Road out to Lake Mendocino Drive, and I think our money would be much better spent doing that extension and having access for people than putting these roundabouts in on the north end of town. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Has it been seconded?
Online.
Oh, there's someone online too as well. Okay. Michael Katz.
Yes, good morning, supervisors and county staff. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. Really was hoping that there wouldn't be a motion to approve this yet because there is an adjustment that we would like to recommend on the LJAGP document as per the comment made in Granicus by Patrick Sellers related to tax status. We request the removal of the following eligibility requirement for LJAGP grant applicants. Individuals and businesses entities must not be delinquent or any County of Mendocino commercial cannabis business tax. As of yesterday, the GGC meeting, there were discussions and an item will be brought forward to the board on the 14th of March to initiate a tax payment plan as was directed at the time of the conversation around renewal prioritization. That program has gone way out of hand. And so we want to make sure that these folks who are going to be in the process of being reprioritized through this action will not lose access to the LJAGP funds. So hopefully that can be amended before it is adopted today, because if not, it's going to have to come back after that change is made and be revised. And we've seen how challenging it is to sometimes go back and get revisions to things, even if that is the direction. Further, we request clarification as to the actual window of the LJAGP grant application. That was not completely confirmed yesterday, but due to the fact that there are still documents that have been not provided that are required for the application process itself, we'd like to see that window extended 30 days. And we'd like to see rolling application review starting on March 21st. And we would like confirmation that these things will be happening. And hopefully that can be discussed and not just ignored prior to the vote. Thank you for your consideration and appreciate your attention to these details.
Supervisor Mulheron.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment, you know, at the request of Supervisor Williams, the cannabis items are being heard at GGC, and this item was heard yesterday. There was direction given to staff. There is an item that is coming forward on March 14th, and I just think it's important that we keep aligned with that plan, that we heard the item, the director responded, we know that the grant is going to be extended, we know that there is a cannabis tax item that is coming to the full board, and that we move forward at this point.
Thank you. We have more comment on the consent calendar. Adina Flores.
Good morning, board. I wanted to go ahead and comment on the $1.6 million contract with Four Leaf that's itemized under consent. I have great concerns with this contract being approved. This company's received extensive contracts throughout the local region, including all of the major contracts for reconstruction following the fires within the county of Sonoma. While I just began auditing their contracts, here are some major red flags. The founder, Kevin Duggan, owns several businesses, including Four Leaf Clover Investments. I'm wondering how these investments align with the proposed contract. Mr. Eduardo Hernandez Jr. is currently the senior planner at Four Leaf. He was also previously the planner while being simultaneously employed at Four Leaf and the county of Mendocino and Sonoma as well. Ms. Renee Souza is the code enforcement training officer for Four Leaf, who has held simultaneous employment in the city of Richmond as a code enforcement officer and code enforcement manager at the Rio Vista Police Department. Mr. Josh Silva is the building inspector at Four Leaf while being simultaneously employed as the building inspector at the city of Benicia and code enforcement officer for the county of Solano. I find it extremely odd that so many government employees hold simultaneous employment with Four Leaf. I'm analyzing statements of economic interest to confirm if these positions were disclosed, and will be opening a case with the Fair Political Practices Commission regarding this matter. Based on my previous findings, 99% of the time, these simultaneous positions are not disclosed. I requested Form 700s for your full roster of designated filers to be emailed. I was informed by your staff that I must inspect these documents in person. I live 3 hours away, being that these documents should be readily publicly accessible, such as the city of Santa Rosa, they're completely available online. I'd just like to clarify why you're being non-transparent with your stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, so Supervisor Williams.
Has county council reviewed the contract for the stated concerns?
Generally, that would be outside the scope of our typical contract review, right? We're reviewing the language in terms of legal issues there. If you're talking about conflict of interest issues, we don't usually have any information related to those things at the time that the contracts come to our office.
Do you have any recommendation based on the concern raised?
If the board would like, we could certainly do some additional review on this. I don't know that that necessarily means you need to hold up the contract at this point.
Thank you.
We have one more public comment on the consent agenda from Monique Ramirez.
Good morning, Monique Ramirez, District 3. I just wanted to say that while I appreciate that we need to have most of this discussion in the GGC, and that's probably the most productive for cannabis-related issues, unfortunately, the 4-leaf agreement was not included in the agenda yesterday, and so this is the first time to have a discussion about it publicly, so I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware of that. And also in regards to the tax stuff, even though that also was discussed yesterday, the application to apply for the grant is live and open right now. And so it's going to take a little bit of time for this to potentially get adopted with the tax issue being resolved. And it may not get voted in potentially by the board. So that's also why people are making comment about it today. So I just wanted to bring that forward. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I think that's the end of public comment on consent agenda items. I think we're ready for a vote.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? Yes. Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Right. So next we go on to item 4A, the Chief Executive Officer's report. So CEO.
Thank you, Chair McGorty. I would like to bring in Travis Kilmore and Garrett James. There are many great events and great updates in the report, several from Animal Services, Behavioral Health, Cultural Services Agency, General Services, Social Services. But due to the position we are and the impacts from the storm, I would like Garrett James to begin with the current impacts of where we're at with this current storm from OES, and then Travis Kilmore will give an update on prevention, recovery, and mitigation regarding the January storm and where we're at with those events. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair of the Board McGorty, members of the Board, CEO Antle, County Council Curtis. I am Garrett James, the Acting Emergency Services Coordinator. Mendocino County Office of Emergency Services has been monitoring the winter storm event that began on February 21st, 2023. The forecast prior to February 21st projected that Mendocino County would get snow down to sea level, have high winds and have high surf, and would last throughout the week. OES has been holding daily internal briefings and operational area coordination calls with our partners in the county so that we can provide agency updates, prioritize and plan for what is to come, and address any needs or concerns. The National Weather Service has also been providing daily weather forecast updates. We have posted preparedness information, updated weather forecasts, and other pertinent emergency information and resources to social media. Forecasts show that there may be more inclement weather lasting through this Monday, March 6th. We will continue and monitor this event and respond appropriately. We ask that residents keep driving to a minimum, and if you must go out, please be prepared as weather and road conditions can change quickly. You should keep emergency items like warm blankets and extra warm clothes and water in your vehicle. And for more preparedness information, please visit mendoready.org. Also, please slow down, leave more distance between vehicles, and be aware of first responders, down trees, and down power lines. Thank you.
Mr. Kilmer, is there any additional comment that you would like to make?
Yes. Good morning, Chair McGorty, members of the board, CEO Antle, and Council Curtis. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm at home, a lot of snow.
You're kind of breaking up.
So thank you. Travis is actually snowed in, but he's been working with FEMA on the DRCs, the Disaster Recovery Centers, for the December, January winter storm. We have one set up in Point Arena and one in Willits. They have been closed due to snow and travel impacts of their team. We hope to have those open tomorrow, again, for folks to go in and place claims and check and see what they're eligible for due to the impacts of the storm that started on December 27th of 2022 and then continued into mid-January. So again, we like to encourage everyone to show up at those centers and get registered and see what services you may be eligible for if you had damage. Thank you.
Any questions from board members on this item? I have a question. I see a rather large gathering of equipment focused on, looks like trees and cranes possibly for working on power lines near performance pipes, and I just wonder what is happening. Is that a staging area for PG&E to repair items, or Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, that property owner frequently uses their property as a staging area, so that is a PG&E staging area.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to let you know, PG&E has brought in crews from out of state, so that's definitely their staging area for those out-of-state folks to come in and support during the storms.
Okay, great. Any further comments on this before we move on? Okay, CEO Antle, anything else you would like to bring to our attention in your report?
No, the rest is submitted as written. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Supervisor Hasjack.
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the people that are really working around the clock on these issues. We've had a lot of issues in the inland and northern section of the county with the snow. And certainly there are people from the Department of Transportation to the Information Services to all the emergency preparedness people. They're working really hard, and these are really tough times with all the snow conditions.
Yeah, I understand there was a really major incident on Thursday evening last week with 101 being closed in your district.
Right.
And people had to respond in the middle of the night, basically, to help stranded travelers. That was, a very difficult situation. And how long was 101 closed? That episode, does anyone know?
Garrett, do you have that information?
The 101 has been, open intermittently throughout the storm. I'm not sure exactly how long the longest closure has been there. I think is around maybe 12 to 24 hours in that time range.
Yeah, I believe when it closed, I believe that was on Thursday, they were down to one lane late in the day on Friday.
Okay.
And then when I was talking to CEO Antle this morning, there was a call about, the sheriff and Highway Patrol and Department of Transportation working together to get people from Covelo to their dialysis appointments in Ukiah, which was critical. And, just that kind of work that people in the county and the state are doing in these circumstances is really warms the heart.
I appreciate that. People step up in our county very well when there's an emergency, and essentially you can figure that every one of our roads that goes across anything above 1,000 feet is having challenges right now, and not to mention trees that come down during wind and rain. So it's a good time to stay home or stay close to home and not plan on making extended trips. All right, so is there any public comment on this agenda item? Okay, so there's none in the room and none online. So with that, I would entertain a motion to accept the CEO's report.
Don't know that we need a motion, but I move approval.
Second? Okay. Moved and seconded. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashack?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
And Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So agenda item 4C, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of an informational presentation on the public health accreditation project and performance improvement plans by the Department of Public Health. Public Health is sponsoring. It's Ms. Schuler.
There she is. Good morning, Chair McGordy, Supervisors, CEO Antle, County Council, and staff to the board. My name is Donna Schuler, and I am the Public Health Accreditation and Quality Improvement Coordinator. And I'm here to give a short presentation on our Health Department's accreditation with some time for questions and discussions. I'm going to ask the clerk of the board if I may begin sharing my screen. Is that possible?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me for just a moment. Are you seeing my screen now?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. So our presentation today will cover the roles and responsibility of public health, the reasons and rationale for seeking accreditation, an overview of the process, and a snapshot of our current performance improvements in our department. The Mendocino County Public Health Department is pursuing accreditation with the National Public Health Accreditation Board. I'm not sure why that slide advanced, but it did, so I'm going back. And the California Department of Public Health and department staff recognize that the Board of Supervisors impact the direction of our health department and have key roles in our resource allocation, policymaking, legal authority, and other performance improvement initiatives. Having a strong working relationship with the board is essential for our health department, and providing an orientation to the Board of Supervisors regarding the roles and responsibility of public health is a requirement of the Accreditation Board. Orientation materials have been distributed to the Board of Supervisors and are supplemented by today's accreditation presentation. 10 essential public health services were established by the CDC in 1996. And they are what we follow and they guide our essential services. The group there are three main categories of assessment, policy development, and assurance. The framework was set to standardize the functions that were deemed essential for health departments and have gone through transformative changes with a decrease in direct patient services as group medical practices and clinics took on more primary care and public health took on a greater role in the assessment, policy development, and assurance. The standards and measures that the Public Health Accreditation Board established are based on those 10 essential public health services. Plus, there are two additional ones, Domain 11 and 12. Domain 11 is focused on our administration and management and includes things like our org structure, our policies that support our employees, and our accessibility. Domain 12 has to do with you, our governing board. So the question is, why pursue accreditation? It's definitely a stretch goal for our health department. And when the Board of Supervisors and health department leaders decided to pursue it, they were stating that they were willing to push our department to reach this level of excellence. So it's a challenging goal to receive this accreditation status. Only 23 health departments in California have achieved it thus far. And some of the benefits are the accountability, the improvements to the workforce, and community health equity, which we all need to work on. This is the process, which is cyclical, that we have to follow in accreditation. And all health departments, whether they're large or small, pursuing accreditation, have to go through these processes. And it starts over on the left-hand side, where we have the organizing, the MAP process, which is mobilizing community partners to engage with us. And then we go through a community health assessment together with the community. That's the CHA. And then we proceed to a community health improvement plan, which we have done. And then finally, a strategic plan has to be drafted by the health department. Those are prerequisites that we're required to do before we are able to apply to the accreditation board. Then there are 5 basic steps while a health department is going through accreditation, and we are in the middle step right now. That is our documentation submission. We had completed our last community health assessment in 2019, and we were prepared to complete our community health improvement plan, which is required every 5 years, in 2020 when the pandemic hit. So right now we're at that stage. We're completing our community health improvement plan, where we have a special team for that, a special team for policies and procedures. And we're on track, but we have a lot of work ahead of us. We have a good team. Accreditation also requires that we routinely engage with the Board of Supervisors, and we know it's essential for us to have strong relationships with our board. And one of the things we recognize is that we need these collaborations within our community, like we did for COVID-19 disaster response. We also know that we have to show a dedication to performance improvement. And then we also want to meet with the board to discuss the investments in public health. In summary, our deadline for accreditation is May 14th, 2023. And we want to continue meeting with the board, discussing our performance and quality improvement and some of the opportunities. I think one of the slides about our performance improvement was skipped, so I'm going back to that slide today. There are 3 main things that I wanted to highlight today, just a snapshot of some of our department's improvement. Our data team was established in 2021, electively. Nobody said we were required to do that, but we could see the fast pace that data was being changed with CalConnect and other systems that we were using in our health department. We previously had an ER monitoring contract with Epicenter, and that was from monitoring surveillance of the emergency rooms in Mendocino County. We learned about a better system provided for free through the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention called BioSense. And it took a little bit of back and forth meeting between the hospital partners, our health officer, and department staff. And we were able to complete that project starting in September 2022 and completing it in December 22, where all 3 hospitals are now connected to the CDC's National Surveillance Program. So that's monitoring biostatistics, health statistics in real time that we didn't have previously. So this has been a really great achievement for our department and for our partners in the hospitals and for the community. The next program in our health department that I'd like to highlight that really took on, initiated their own performance improvement is Healthy Families Mendocino. Healthy Families Mendocino is a home visiting program that we have had in this county since 2017. And families are partnered with a community health worker or a visiting nurse that meets them in their home and provides them with a lot of support as they're going through a big transition in their life. And it's an evidence-based practice, and they elected to pursue accreditation and had to do a tremendous amount of work to meet 253 national standards in that program by the accrediting board for home visiting programs. And they were able to achieve that in 2022. And then the last department improvement that I want to point out is environmental health. They adopted a new digital health department documentation system. So now the health inspectors are out in the field using tablets, reducing a lot of paper, reducing transcription errors. And it's really been a great transformation for their processes and effectiveness for the department. So I've somewhat covered some of these, this slide previously when the other slide was skipped. But I really want to thank you for this time today and say that our mission is to protect the population health. And we cannot do it without the strong relationship that we have with the supervisors. And today, I know that we're really considering our COVID pandemic is over, but as we know, we have continued to work with a lot of other things, our winter storms and our emergencies, and we want to continue to have a frequent and open dialogue with the Board of Supervisors. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions about today's presentation.
Sure, thank you, Ms. Schuler. So Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, Donna, thanks for the presentation. I saw in our packets there was a longer PowerPoint that was labeled as New Employee Orientation for Public Health. So I gathered that's a presentation to new employees of the Public Health Department. And what I'm curious about is if there's an opportunity with the Public Health Accreditation for the Public Health Department to also look at the well-being of county employees. We have a wellness program administered by the HR department, but they may benefit from assistance from public health, I could think, to see that our employees are as healthy as possible and, not necessarily going to the doctor's office all the time for different things. So, for example, we know that our county employees use the health plan about 25% more than city employees. That's why our utilization is about 25% higher. Therefore, our premiums are 25% higher than the city employees and the city's pay. And if we could get that utilization down to the same level as the cities, that would equal about a 4%, or maybe at least a 2% COLA for our employees. Plus, they would be paying about $1.8 million less in healthcare premiums. So, I think there's a lot of opportunity to work with the employees to live healthier lifestyles so that we would be using the healthcare plan less intensively, which would result in more money for employees and a healthier life, as well as savings for the county that the county could use for other things such as COLAs for employees. So I'm just curious, is there any role that you see for public health, perhaps through this accreditation system, to work with our HR wellness program to get the employees to live healthier lifestyles so that we could reduce our dependence on the medical industrial complex?
Thank you, Supervisor Jordy. Good question. Yes, I see a lot of potential there. We have one domain in the accreditation that the Public Health Accreditation Board looks at, and that is workforce, and it looks for things that our county does that are supportive for our employees, including we are highlighting some of the things from the wellness program. And they also look for policies that are supportive of that. But as far as like shaping the behavior of our workforce, that delves a little bit more into like, and trying to reduce the cost. There might be something in performance that we could work on. And we could model something after some of our health promotion programs that we use in community wellness that actually use health behavior theories behind them that you can apply to economics. There's a whole area of health economics. In fact, I've been studying that in college. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not sure if accreditation directly can, but the health department would definitely look into working with McWow and our wellness program and our employee benefits to see what we can do to strengthen it and, have a healthier workforce.
Okay, Supervisor Hasjak.
Well, thank you for the presentation. And I think that this accreditation program goes along right in line with a safe and healthy county, which is one of the pillars of our strategic plan. And so I appreciate that, and I think that the two are mutually beneficial. And so I was wondering if anything from the strategic plan could be useful in development of your strategic plan, and also about the Healthy Mendocino and the community health workers. The home visiting programs, I think, that are incredibly valuable for dealing with the disparities in health outcomes in our communities. And the Promotores de Salud program really showed itself as being incredibly valuable in the COVID. So my question is, are there any grants to kind of increase the impact of those programs and the outreach that we're doing?
Yes, excellent points. Supervisor Haschek, thank you for pointing that out. And yes, when my slides were advancing so quickly, I forgot to include the part that, yeah, we're looking at our ways that our strategic plan from public health is supported by the county strategic plan. Our strategic plan was drafted in 2018, so we're actually going to be revising our strategic plan later on in 2023. We just don't have time right now, and it's not required. The current one is good. But as far as expansion of the workforce, there is definitely funding that our department is looking at and that we've also already sought and we've received for the expansion of our workforce. And it's definitely looking at the expansion of community health workers and promotores de salud. We have some of those that we're looking to fill in our Healthy Families Mendocino program, but also general health educators in our health department. And there is funding for that. So our health department is following that and looking at the announcements as they come out and working with our fiscal department to make sure that we pursue those opportunities.
Well, thank you. That's very good news.
You're welcome.
Any other board comments or questions? Supervisor Williams.
Move approval.
Okay. And any public comment? None online, none in the room? Okay, then it's been moved and seconded to approve this item. Roll call.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Supervisor Williams,
Yes.
and Supervisor Haschak.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much for coming today, Ms. Schuler, and good luck with your progress on this very important move.
Thank you very much for your time today.
You bet. Move on to item number 4D, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff to return with plan to remove trash receptacles from the town of Mendocino and implement stipend program for businesses to place cans for public use during business hours at no cost increase to Mendocino County. Supervisor Williams.
So because the town of Mendocino is unincorporated, despite 3 attempts to incorporate as a city, I think 1 failed by a single vote. It reminds us how important it is to vote. The county provides what looks like a municipal trash service. Actually, I'll show you what it looks like. A lot of times it looks like this. And I've brought this to the board before. We generate millions of dollars of bed tax, TOT, sales tax from this town, probably more in that 1 square mile than anywhere else in the county. Part of having a visitor economy is you have to deal with the trash the visitors leave behind. And some of the problems here are these receptacles invite animals to climb in at night and pull trash out. I'm going to show you the raccoons in a moment, but what's really bad is the birds. Some early mornings, they'll climb in there and just pick it all apart and shred it. And you'll also notice that we're separating recycling on one side from trash on the other, but it all goes in the same can. Not the greatest image for Mendocino County. Visitors come here and learn that our idea of recycling is mix it all together. And we've tried various approaches. DOT has worked with the vendor to increase the frequency of pickup in the summer months, and that hasn't really alleviated the problem. There is a lot of household trash that's ending up in these public cans. And so no matter what frequency we have of pickup, if people are dumping their household trash, there will be overflow. And just having a can unmonitored, and I say unmonitored because the sheriff has better things to do than stake out illegal dumping in public receptacles. If the cans are full, people will leave trash next to it. We've had that problem. So what I'm proposing today is, since what we're doing hasn't been working, let's remove these cans. City of Fort Bragg removed cans, and their litter problem was greatly reduced. And at no additional cost to the county, offer a stipend to businesses that are willing to put a can outside and take it in at night. And since we don't have a maintenance crew on the coast to do this, clean the cans, clean the sidewalk, pick up trash, I think for the dollar spent, we're going to get a better result. But I welcome other ideas. I'm going to show you the animals since it was attached to the agenda item. I took a tour of Kansas and Sonoma County, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time showing you those photos, but there are a lot of can designs that limit animals from pulling trash out. And it's unfortunate these aren't very old, but I think we just made a selection without considering the impacts of wildlife.
Those look like some pretty well-fed raccoons.
Yep. That's all I have.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Thank you. I would like to see this pilot project move forward. I think that, trash is a much bigger quality of life issue than the average citizen thinks that it is. And I know from firsthand of having about 4 or 5 different trash receptacle types during my 6 years on the city council, they will all have various problems. So I think this is worth giving this pilot program a try.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, I'd like to see it happen. It's a pilot program, and my question would be, how are these stipends, how do we figure that out? What's the amount, and does it require a contract with each person?
In talking to county council, I think it will require an agreement with each party. We have about 24 receptacles in that town today that are paid for by the county. And so my proposal was to look at what we're spending in total and divide it up fairly evenly. We might even come out ahead. And staff asked that we leave some flexibility in the action today so that they could fine-tune a plan and bring it back for a final approval.
Supervisor Jordy.
Yeah, I support this. I think this sounds much more practical than what we have right now.
So my question for you, Ted, is how is it being received in the town? Do people feel like this is a good solution, or do they feel like they're being put upon to help solve the problem?
When I hear about trash, it's because there's a sidewalk that's littered, and I won't always be in the seat. The next supervisor may not walk down there and clean it up. And so I'm looking for a long-term solution. And another long-term solution would be, maintenance staff. But I don't see us having the budget for that. So this is the next best. And I haven't, to answer your question more fully, nobody has complained about this proposal. I expect some will be upset about the removal of trash receptacles. I have to weigh that with people being upset about having trash on the sidewalk and not having a crew to clean it up. And it may be that this is a failure, and a couple years from now we talk about putting the cans back. But if we don't do anything, the problem will persist.
Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
So is a motion needed, or what is needed to move this forward?
I move that we approve the recommended action, and my recommendation is that the next item just comes forward on consent when it's prepared and vetted by the county council and the department.
County council?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to the point that Supervisor Williams had mentioned before, I do just want to be clear that this plan does depend on finding willing partners. So there will be some need for some staff outreach there. My office is happy to do the drafting and otherwise work on whatever agreements we need for the proposal to work. But it wasn't entirely clear to me from the item whether DOT or some other department might be taking point on the outreach and some of the crafting. So it would just help me to know who exactly you'd like me to work with on this.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, so question for Supervisor Williams. If staff drafts up a draft agreement, could you identify someone in the town of Mendocino that could just go to the businesses? Because I think we can all think of a few larger businesses that would probably step up and do this because they'd rather have trash cleaned up and not on their sidewalk in front of their business. And there may be, so that I have a feeling that if there was a Mendocino-based person or business that approached the other businesses, I have a feeling it would be a pretty high success rate.
I will assist staff with that as you asked.
Okay, so do we have a motion that's been seconded or? Did anyone second it?
Second.
Okay. Any public comment in the room? Any public comment online? Barring none, then we'll call for the vote.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGorty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Motion carries.
Wow, we're virtually on time and it's time for a
I
break.
didn't vote, but I'm a yes.
So sorry.
I apologize. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now the motion carries. So with that, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at, let's just say 11:45. Discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding certificates of participation bond financing and fiscal year 2022 through 2023 appropriations for capital projects. Executive Office.
Thank you, Chair McGordy. We are here to ask for direction on the funding for the bond financing and how that distribution will look on our capital improvement projects. So I'll turn it over to Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman and Director Janelle Rao.
Thank you, CEO Antle, Board of Supervisors, Chair McGordy, County Council Curtis, Tim Holman, Acting Deputy CEO with the Executive Office. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. You should already have this available to you as well online. It is the bond financing and the distribution that we have come up with, both, well, not just both, but between multiple departments, between the Executive Office, GSA, facilities, and just trying to make sure that we can get clear direction on how we want the certificates of participation bond financing to be distributed. Just so that we can move forward with those projects. We are starting to run into a little bit of a timeline and an issue leading into spring, and we just want to make sure that your direction is clear and that we can go ahead and move forward with the items as presented. Again, Director Rao is available if you have any specific questions on any of the projects, and if you need more specific questions to be answered on the actual bond financing itself, Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce is available as well.
Move approval.
Is there a second? Yes.
Well, second, but I want to discuss first.
Okay. Discussion.
So with this plan, my understanding is that the administration building roof will be postponed indefinitely. We do not have a plan for financing that project at this point. Is that correct?
I am not aware of a plan for financing that yet.
Okay, so
maybe if we bring in Director Rao, she can comment specifically on the project.
right, and how critical is that project?
Okay.
I mean,
Director Rao.
Through the chair, if I might, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. That is correct. The administration building roof, just to give some history, has been in design and in phases of development for well over 6 years. And the goal in bringing it forward was, to proceed. The last phase of that particular roof project is over some critical areas of our county administration center. But with these competing other priorities, we felt in consultation with the CEO's office and the fiscal team that we also had to address the issues with the jail expansion project as discussed in several board meetings, as well as the Fort Bragg Justice Center. With the agricultural roof building, with the recent storm systems that we've had, there's been additional water intrusion, and facilities is very concerned with potential additional damage that will be incurred if we delay that project any further. What I would suggest and recommend is when we come forward, which we will be coming forward on the 14th of March with both the contract award for the Fort Bragg Justice Center, as well as the final steps in your facility condition analysis as directed, that was the companion process to the space utilization, will be on the 14th as well. We can have some dialogue then about the condition of your facilities, including the administration roof. Facilities will also be presenting some critical projects for consideration during this next budget cycle as we meet with the executive office through the budget process as well, with some ideas and recommendations coming forward to the board. I hope that answers your question.
yeah, so at this point, this is, the agriculture building roof is a higher priority than admin.
I think it just has a higher competing priority in the timeline, given the severity of the deterioration. You're
Right.
correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
I take offense with calling it a jail expansion. I mean, let's be honest, this is an unfunded mandate by the state. And while it's true the county may have some culpability in not building a jail since 1985 when it should have started, this is also a change in state policy that's putting a burden on the county that the county, quite frankly, can't afford to absorb. And so I would rather, throughout our language, not call it expansion. I don't know, call it the jail unfunded mandate. And further, I don't think the $1.5 million increase here in bond financing will be enough. We're going to see further increases in that jail project. It's just inevitable. But I can't think of a better plan than this allocation.
Supervisor Jordy.
I agree with Supervisor Williams' comments. I think we need to be careful in not characterizing this as a county project. It's principally a state project, and I feel like staff is kind of throwing in the towel in referring to this as the county's project. I would like to see a more aggressive stance by county staff. I several months ago requested a written report at the request of Assemblymember Wood as to what was the cause of the cost increase, and I've still yet to hear from county staff that we've prepared a report for Assemblymember Wood and Senator McGuire. I'm hoping that maybe is finished, and I just wasn't informed of it, because they can't request and advocate on our behalf unless they have a written report that explains the cost overruns. And then secondly, I'm just kind of curious, the Justice Center, as I understand it, is in good condition. It just needs a swapping out of a dilapidated, sort of expired heating and cooling system. And it seems hard for me to believe that it would cost $1 million to heat and cool a building of that size. And just even say it needs to be cooled, I know that sort of is shocking, but my understanding is that when the state has employees in a building and the judges are state employees, then they require that you have AC. So even in Fort Bragg, when the state has had buildings in Fort Bragg, they've had AC cooling systems in those buildings, even though no other building in town has a cooling system. So, but the ducted mini split is an option to retrofit if the ventilation system in that building was designed properly. One option would be to replace the heating and cooling system by integrating a ducted mini split system into the ducted system. If it wasn't installed properly and the ventilation system, like with this building, is sort of Byzantine and very confused, it might make more sense to swap out and go to a series of small mini splits surrounding the building that would heat and potentially cool the portions of the buildings that are adjacent to the compressors on the outside of the building. But again, it seems shocking to me that it could cost $1 million to heat and occasionally once a year cool a building of that size. So I just wonder, is this kind of a placeholder for the inevitable increase in the jail project? We plug in $1 million for the Justice Center because it's really going to cost substantially less, and we're going to just shift it over later to the ever exploding jail project. So those are kind of my comments. And what flexibility do we have to move the dollars around at a later date?
If I might, just to give a little bit of clarity, as noted, GSA will be coming forward on the 14th of March with an actual contract award for the Fort Bragg Justice Center. And to even be clear, that contract is upwards of $1.5 million. And that's after 2 series of bidding. Our initial bidding was much higher than that came in through the second round of bidding. We were able to go back to the engineers and come up with some more refined specs to realize a bid of 1.5. And it's a little higher than 1.5, but just to give you that sense. And we can most certainly discuss the aspects of that when we bring that contract forward on the 14th for award, so that you can maybe further understand the complexity of that system and the project itself. So it is most definitely not a placeholder. One caveat to that is that the courts do have a share of cost with that, so there will be a revenue offset. I believe it's approximately 30%. So when we bring that contract forward, you'll be seeing more detail on that.
Is the system already designed?
Yes, we've gone out to bid. We have bids. We are ready to award contract, which is what will be coming to the board on the 14th.
Supervisor Mulhern.
Is there a timeline for the Fort Bragg Justice Center project, understanding that the ag building roof is an immediate need and that we aren't currently offered many choices for the jail remodel project? Does the Fort Bragg Justice Center have a timeline that we're under pressure for?
Oh, the Fort Bragg, through the chair, I'm sorry, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. Yes, the urgency there is that it is a system that is in a failed sort of capacity. It's beyond its life expectancy, and the costs to maintain it continue to increase with no parts available. We have to procure them, and there's delays in time. It's down and out of operation most times when there are series of issues. The anticipated construction project period, once the contract is awarded on the 14th, is 150 days. But to answer your question regarding the ag roof, that is a project we can manage simultaneously. We've been working in the background. It's a fairly simplistic project to approach, so to speak, whereas some of these others have complexities to it with their ducting and HVAC systems. So we can simultaneously, if we get this board's direction today, we would be ready to go out to bid for the ag roof very soon.
Supervisor Hashtag.
Well, we've talked several times about sending letters to the state and contacting our state legislators about the jail project. And I'm just wondering, where are we with that? Did the board send off an official letter? Have we contacted all the people? Is the sheriff on board with this? You know, what's the status?
Darcy Antle, CEO, through the chair. Yes, the sheriff is on board with this. The sheriff has spoken at many levels as well as at his statewide agency asking for support. I've spoken with CSAC and other RCRC regarding this issue. And I know you all have reached out individually or jointly to Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Wood. Deputy CEO Dunnicliff is working with the contractors to put together the request that Supervisor Jurdy was mentioning. But also today we have a survey due. That was the request of CSAC and our collaboration of pushing along with other counties to do a survey requesting our input on the state fire marshal, which I believe is where a significant part of our delay has come from in this county, as well as other counties, small counties that are in the same process. So that information is being collected today. I'm happy to change the terminology to state mandate, unfunded state mandate, as this has kind of fallen on us. As you all know, it started several years ago.
Great, and I have a CSAC Board of Directors meeting on Thursday, and I can also bring this up because it's affecting not just us, but many other counties.
I will as well at RCRC. So Supervisor Mulhern, with a comment?
Yeah, I'm just looking for some accountability from the county. I mean, I realize that the state certainly sends us a plate full sometimes, but certainly we have some accountability and delays to the project as well. And I think that continuing to not partner with the state proactively and try to work collaboratively to come up with solutions might do more harm than good. So I just want to state that we have responsibilities and accountability as well.
Supervisor Williams, another thought. Okay, so I
better not.
Okay, so I have a question or a comment. So we're given this list here, and do we have a choice here? Are we expecting to spend $8.5 million in the next year on this, or are we thinking the life of the bond, which is going to be longer? So, the principle of capital rationing, when you have limited amount of money, you tend to go after the things that are most important to you. So We know that's probably not going to be enough money for the jail, so do we just pass on taking care of our other property while we're looking at this big expensive project that's going to need more money most likely in the future? So how do we handle this? Is this the best path? And how are we coming up with this recommendation? So CEO Antle?
I certainly would ask Director Rao to jump in as well, but we need to have the money obligated before we go out to bid, and that's the challenge. We're here before you today needing these monies obligated so we can move these projects forward.
So in other words, cash has to be in place before we can even think about it, right?
Correct.
So what happens if we get a bid that's still another 3 or 4 million more than what we're seeing, what we think is going to be?
I would certainly defer to Director Rao on that one.
Through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director, and CEO Antle is correct. In order to proceed with contract award and notice to proceed, we would need to have the funding in hand. We're anticipating bids likely due by midsummer. At that time, we would be coming back before the board with an update. And again, we've included cost escalations in this in these project estimates. We've been facing some unprecedented times as far as escalations in costs, supply chain issues. I don't have a crystal ball, but my hope is that when these bids do come in, we'll be in front of the board and may even have, cross our fingers, so to speak, some funding that could be available for other projects if these bids come in under what's anticipated, because again, we've really tried to shoot high on the escalation so that we weren't caught off guard.
So if the contractors are looking at this and they know that we have an allocation of so many $1 million, do you think their bid's going to be pretty closely aligned with that, or do you think there's real competition in these kind of jobs?
It's a very competitive process. The pre-qualification process is very extensive. These aren't just folks that are throwing their hat in the ring. The scope of work on the plans are also validated against their costs. So there's a very thorough evaluation process that goes into these. While there is some obvious public information on the costs, our team does a fact checking against the scope on those costs and will negotiate as appropriate.
Any other board member comments or questions? I think I can speak for the board of saying we don't like it, but here we are. So it's one of these things where we probably have to move forward on it. So Supervisor Williams.
Supervisor Jurdy brought up the need for a detailed report. Who will handle that, and when can it be expected? This is so that our state reps have the foundation to make the appropriate arguments.
Mr. Dunicliffe.
Thank you, Steve Dunicliffe, Deputy CEO. We've been working with the county's architect who has walked us through the design process to this point. They've given us a draft language that we are actually preparing today for submittal in part to CSAC for the Office of State Fire Marshal survey that CEO Antle had mentioned. And I think that we can absolutely have it compiled in the form of a memo or some other document that could be used by the supervisors at the state organizations, national, I'll say within a week, if that timeline would work.
Does that meet the timeline for RCRC and CSAC?
No, the CSAC meeting is Thursday.
Then I believe that we could have a draft by Thursday.
Great.
That'd be fantastic. So the RCRC is next Wednesday, the 8th. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, Steve, thanks for working on that. And if the letter could also include the architect's estimate of the escalation in costs due to COVID and the impacts on the construction industry, because in Supervisor McGordy and our conversation with Assemblymember Wood, one of the things we discussed was the fact that at the time the grants were awarded, this was obviously pre-pandemic, the inflation that everybody experienced. And so we felt that was an important part of the story, is not simply a matter of some specific delays that were caused by the fire marshal, but just, even if there had been no delays, there's been a dramatic increase in construction costs since the grants were awarded, and that was something that could not have been foreseen either by the state or by the county.
And we also said that we felt it was unfair for Mendocino to have to take such a large percentage, like 100% of the increase in expenses, and that the state should also be a responsible partner to address Supervisor Mulhern's concerns. It works both ways. So right now the state's not picking up any of the difference. So I feel that it would be really just for them to do so.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see where we are with this. So we had board comment. Any further board comment? Are we good? Is there any public comment on this item? Not in the room. Anything online? No. Okay. So we invite a motion or action on this?
We have a motion.
Okay, good. And we have a second? All right. Ready for the vote then?
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Move on to item 4L, discussion and possible action including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform. CEO Antle.
Are we talking 4I?
Oops, I'm sorry, I've jumped.
I'm sorry, we can go to that one.
No, we can't. I flipped the page and jumped in the wrong spot, so let's cancel that.
I think we're on 4F.
We can go on to item 4E, which is discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding certificates. Okay, we did that, sorry. I'm supposed to be checking these off.
We're on 4F.
Thank you. 4F. Discussion and possible action, including direction to staff regarding the presentation of Mendocino County's fiscal year 22-23 budget status, and CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair McGorty. We are here in front of you today at your direction to present monthly regarding the fiscal year 22-23 budget status. At this time, we have not been made aware of the carry forward amount by the Auditor Controller's Office. So we are here to just review the deficit that we're in right now so that you can see we're adding actually a new one, I believe. Director Rao's bringing one forward as well. So I will turn it over to Acting Deputy Tim Hallman and Director Rao.
Good morning again, Supervisors. Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. The report that we're bringing forward is, for the most part, information that you've already seen before, with the exception of the green waste, which is coming up later on in the presentation. Some of the reasons why we aren't bringing too much forward at this point is in only 2 weeks we do have the mid-year report, and we have been focusing our efforts on trying to get that mid-year report prepared because it is much more substantial than this report is. So again, here's the introduction. We're going to go through, and I'll just take you to the next slide here. This is something that's very familiar to you guys, to you all. I'm going to get caught for saying guys again, to all of you on the board. The only thing that we have added to this right now, of course, is the organic waste recycling implementation. That is an $11,000 cost that is needed for startup for this fiscal year, so for 22-23 fiscal year. Any questions so far? I see a marker so far. Is that
Supervisor Hasjack, sorry.
Thank you, Chair McGorty. Going back to the previous slide, and where he said that we don't have the carry forward finalized. And so, a couple meetings ago, we had the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector up here saying that the books were finalized and that there was about $2.2 million. So, there's lots of questions about what's happening with that. Are we at 2.2 million? Do we know what the carry forward is? Do we have an actual number? down to the dollar or cent,
Right now, the Auditor Controller's Office is working with the outside auditor in order to finalize that number. That was an approximate number that she had delivered at that time, and she is still working on that to produce that number.
So it's nothing we can take to the bank, say?
Not yet.
Okay.
So meetings back, we learned that the books were closed at last, but we don't know the final numbers. So to me, that indicates the books are not really closed. Part of closing the books is you're able to report, right? There's a financial statement that shows how much money was left. If we don't have that, if we're still making changes, I don't think the books are closed. CEO Antle, am I wrong?
CEO Antle through the chair. Are you wrong? No, I think that's certainly one way to phrase it. I think there's some movement that she's concerned about within some of the budget units that she hasn't solidified. And I don't know if she's thinking she needs to go back and make some corrections or adjustments to that. It might be a good time to pull her in if she's here. I don't know if Ms. Cubison is online. And I could give one more brief update. I spoke with the outside auditor just this morning, and we are delayed until April. I'm not quite sure what all those holdups have been, but the outside audit, I know Ms. Cubison was waiting for the outside audit to be complete, which is typically routine, what does happen for the county before they report the carry forward, but that is delayed now until April.
Supervisor Jordy? Yeah,
So we did have the auditor 2 or 3 meetings back report that the estimate of the closing was $2.2 million. There may be some variables out there that they're trying to track down, but I guess the question I have is in the executive office staff's conversation with the auditor, do you think that the outstanding issues are on an order of magnitude of $100,000 or less, or $1 million or less?
CEO Antle, we believe, just in our calculation, and again, we cannot see everything that Ms. Cubison has on her side, but we believe the carry forward would have been about 1.1 million, but we have obligated 500,000 of that. So our estimate right now would be 500 to 600,000. And again, we can't see all the reconciliations that occur with HHSA and some of the other fund balances.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm back to, I don't think the books are closed. I mean, if we're off by more than $1 million and we're making changes, those books aren't closed. Closed means you're done making changes. County Council, where are we?
If I may, through the chair, respectfully, I don't know that this is really a legal term of art. This is really a question of whether you have sufficient information for the purposes of budgeting, and I think it's good to get clarity as to what you mean when you say closed, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to resolve that for you.
I see that we have Ms. Cubison is on the line, so if we can have her address the issue. Where do we stand on closed books?
Good morning, Chair McGordy, members of the board, Shamice Cubison, Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector. I did give you what I believe to be a fairly accurate estimate of about $2.2 million when the finance system transactions have been closed in the finance system. There are still processes that we go through when we start dealing with the outside auditor in terms of the trial balance that we send to them and that they look at. Part of the issue is that there are have been changes in staff in departments as well as in my office, during that period, and also for that close, there were new staff, doing the closing entries for some of those other budget units. And so, I used the information I had available from former Auditor Controller Weir, as well as what I can see in the system, as well as information from those various departments to close the books in the manner that I had perceived them to have been done. And after the final close, when we sent the trial balance to the outside auditors, as well as got feedback from a couple of the departments, it appeared that there may still be some adjustments that need to take place. In addition, kind of at the request or the inferred request of the board, we have tried to look at if there are additional entries that we could book in the system that may not have been booked in the past by prior auditors, that would more align the finance system in some areas to the financial statements. So we did take time to work with the outside auditors to come up with what those entries might be. And we did book some of those entries, and some of the final ending results are not what we really wanted to see or anticipated seeing, and have caused some concern with a couple of the departments. And so I'm working through kind of this little bit of a maze between, you know, what it looked like if we hadn't made any changes to that closing process to try to accommodate some of the requested adjustments to the entries in the finance system to more closely align with the financial statements, analyzing that information, as well as trying to confirm with those departments what they anticipated their closing entries to be, as well as feedback from the outside auditor that a couple of the entries that the department submitted are actually not balanced accounting entries. And so my 2.2 number, I still stand behind. I think that the entries that we're looking at adjusting, for the most part, balance each other out. They might increase a little bit to the carry forward, but the number that I still think that we have to work with is the 2.2. That's before any money that the board has already obligated thus far in the process, I think was around $500,000. So I'm still talking with the outside auditors. I have another meeting with them today, and we're still making some changes to what we call the period 13 entries for the fiscal year. And that will impact the trial balance that goes to the outside auditor for when they do the actual financial statements and the outside audit. So that number, as far as I'm concerned, has not changed, but it is still, like I said, moving in a couple of directions between budget units and funds, but it does not at the moment appear to be changing the carry forward for the general fund. I'm sorry, I know that's a little bit ambiguous, but that's kind of part of what we're trying to work through. And I think, you know, there seems to be some lost understanding that, you know, this was also the first time we closed in Munis with the major finance system upgrade that we did, which really changed between 11.3 and 2019.1. So a lot of those closing processes were made perhaps better or different or more user-friendly in the new system, but they did not necessarily match all of the way we used to do things in the older version of the system. So there have been several things that had to be taken into consideration when we went through that process.
So to sum up, you're fairly confident of your $2.2 million number?
I am.
Okay.
But it's not the final. I can't say that it's final right now because we're still working through a few things with probably 3 or 4 budget units in 3 funds.
And what's your timeline, do you think, before it's absolute final?
Well, I really hope it's in the next week or two, because we have to get that final trial balance to the outside auditors in order to get the audit underway.
Okay. Supervisor
And, I mean, I'm
Williams?
trying to work with departments. We need to finalize that information, so.
Ms. Cubbison, would you agree that the books are not yet closed, given that we don't have a report?
I think that's a term that is open to interpretation. I mean, in Munis, that the books are closed, but period 13 from that year always stays open actually until we close the next year. So there are entries, as I mentioned before, that are typically, you know, either done outside the system to the books or within the system to the books by the outside auditor or by the auditor when preparing the financial system, you know, statements. So, you know, it's hard to say. When you say closed, I mean, technically in the system, we have closed that fiscal year, but we have the ability to continue to make entries as may be required for, you know, required government accounting standards.
When do you think period 13 will be closed?
period 13 does not close in the finance system until you close the next fiscal year. It just automatically stays open. That's how it works. But it doesn't mean that that prior year would have any entries necessarily made to it. So I cannot say when period 13 will be finally closed until the audit has been completed and the financial statements are issued.
Any other board?
Or changes as a result of the audit last year to the final, financial statements and the finance system for 2021 based on the audit results. So I can't predict right now if we have a clean audit and there are no adjustments required, then there may be no changes.
So I'm confused why we have our auditor telling us 2.2 million and our CEO telling us maybe 600,000 to 700,000. How do I reconcile that spread? CEO Antle?
It's what happens behind the scenes that we can't see. Really, what we can see is the budget and any carry forward that may have come forward from the departments. But if there's an extra fund balance or something in another fund account that we don't see or see how that gets moved, I don't know if Tim has anything additional to add, but.
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. I'm going to assume, which is a bad word here, that there's some procedural movement in the background of money from a fund that we aren't necessarily privy to. I'm certain that Shamice Cubison does have the steps available to her in which to move those funds, but those are procedural that are within the Auditor Controller's office. And so there is the potential that some of that fund movement is for funding that, of course, we do not normally see within our budget.
I guess this is rather confusing to me. I imagine to the public it's confusing. Really, what I care about most is learning how much money we have from last year to carry into this year so that we can budget it. And it sounds like that's $2.2 million, irrespective of how the accounting works and how funds are shifted. Is that, auditor, is that right?
That's my position on it. I mean, if there is some differences between what the CEO's office may interpret as savings within the budget, so to speak. It is a little bit perhaps not intuitive to understand, because we also released funds from the designated reserves and, for PG&E and for other funds, for other programs, within general fund budget units. So, looking at what we're talking about is the fund balance carry forward. It's not necessarily the budget savings from the prior year. It's a fund balance carry forward. So it is a little bit more complicated. It also includes, movement between the prior year's encumbrances that may have been liquidated and the current year encumbrances that move forward. So there are other pieces to that calculation.
I understand the 2.2 is an estimate, and maybe it's 2.1 or 2.3 in the end, but about $2.2 million. Is that 2.2 million that this board will be able to spend? Or is that 2.2 million that's in a report but not really available for expenditure?
It's $2.2 million the board would usually budget and plan to expend.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions? Comments? Any comments from in the room?
Well, we need to.
We haven't done the presentation yet.
I have questions on the rest of the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, jumping in.
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman. Would you like me to continue on beyond this slide, or is this the question? Did you have a question on this slide right here?
Well, I do have a question on this slide, and,
Okay.
and why do we not have an update on the FEMA room key? I think we've been talking about this for a while. What's the timeline for getting an update? And then I definitely have organic waste comments.
Okay. Deputy CEO Sarah Pierce is online, and she is the one who's been researching this, so hang on one moment.
Board of Supervisors, Sarah Pierce, acting or Deputy CEO. So in regards to the room key, the County of Mendocino has submitted 5 projects in total relating to room key. 3 of those projects have been fully obligated, and it's about 1.3 million. There's an additional 2 projects that total 1.6 million. These projects are now currently being reviewed by FEMA. FEMA had not reviewed them since September of 22, but it looks like they have now picked them up. We are aware other counties' projects are being questioned. The County of Mendocino has not experienced this questioning to date. We are in communications with RCRC and CSAC on a state level to better understand what other counties are facing so we can be prepared if we do get those questions, but we have not yet received them. But we're wanting to present this just so the board is aware that it's a non-reimbursable issue if we are treated like the other counties.
Just another follow-up question. What's the timeline for receiving a response?
It depends on FEMA's availability. They are behind on projects. It looks like we have, I think, close to 18 projects in total relating to COVID, and over half of those are still pending final FEMA review or in some sort of final review. So it really is dependent upon FEMA's availability.
Supervisor Williams.
Is there a parallel between the program as we executed it and these other counties? Or have we done something different that would?
Sarah Pierce, sorry.
I guess I would expect counties to be treated the same, and so I'm wondering what's different in our case? Why are other counties being asked for clarification or expenses denied?
I'm Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. So when the pandemic first began, the criteria to meet room key eligibility changed throughout the pandemic. Mendocino County has kept very good records of what that criteria has been, and we have been submitting that as part of the project to FEMA. It is hard to tell what the other counties may have been submitting. There might be lack of information that was submitted to FEMA's portal, but the County of Mendocino has been submitting all data that has been requested because FEMA wants to know, average cost per person, average length of stay per person, whether what the percentage of COVID positive patients may be versus at-risk population. That is all stuff that we have been submitting as part of the projects, but it's hard to tell what other counties may have been lacking in their information.
Okay, so Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, with the cannabis and shortfall, and my understanding is that the executive office was the first to highlight this issue, and my understanding was that the budget was like 1.1 million, and that it was supposed to be covered with fees and fines and everything, and that that's only about 100,000 at this point. And I've heard different estimates that some of the money could be covered with the LJAGP grant, but according to the executive office, where do you think we're going to fall with the cannabis department?
CEO Antle, through the chair. Tim has more closely worked, Tim Holman, acting WCEO, has closely worked on this budget in the most recent weeks. And I think he had a meeting this week or one's coming up this week to discuss it further. Right now, if there's a gap, I believe the gap is, a rough estimate sitting here today is going to be about $500,000 to $600,000.
Is that what the department is saying? do they have any input on this, or?
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Holman. Yes, this is with input from Kristen Nevedal, the Director of Cannabis, as well as her staff. Right now, we are sitting at right around 500,000 to 600,000 based upon what we know and what can be given to the LJAGP grant. And so we're still working out whether or not the items that we have showing a deficit in can still qualify for that grant. So that is the portion that we are still working through.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
As I understand, the LJAGP grant was to augment the cannabis department, but not supplant existing staffing or expenses. And when I hear the cannabis department has no general fund impact, I can't really make sense of that, seeing that there's only, what, $87,000 or so in revenue and fees. How are we paying for staff without using the state funds to supplant existing?
Darcy Antle, CEO through the chair. So there's a little bit to unpack there. We just started looking into this LJ grant and kind of trying to determine how the department budgeted at the beginning of the year. I believe the 1.1 million was to be collected from fines and fees. That would have covered the 740,000 of general fund that was contributed last year. So that would have met the county's obligation as a, not considering a supplant. But that's where the shortfall is right now, is in the revenue for the fines and the fees and the permits.
So TBD may be accurate, but I think we could put a placeholder in there of what we spent last year, right? I imagine when last year we weren't fully staffed and it was before COLAs, so probably a little bit more. Seeing that we expected about $1 million that didn't materialize, I think $1 million might be a fair placeholder.
We certainly, Darcy Antle, CEO, we can certainly do that. I would like a little more time to investigate a little further. I just myself started digging into it at the end of last week, and again, Tim's been meeting with them, and again, I think he has another meeting this week. So we'll dig into that a little further. But certainly between the 740 that we gave them last year in general fund minus the 100,000 would get us about the 600,000.
So my colleagues, what I want to highlight is we have a problem here. We're using state funds in a way that may not be allowed, and we may owe some of it back. And we need to think about how we're going to pay for the program.
Supervisor Hasjak. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Dirty and then Supervisor Hasjak, if that's okay with you, since we haven't heard from Supervisor Dirty yet.
Thank you. So I think I just have a problem with the way this slide is written. It's right up there in bold letters, known funding needs. And several of these things are not known. And in fact, the FEMA room key is almost like a rumor of a whisper of what's happening maybe in some other county. And so we've just sort of thrown it on the chart. And I feel like that I am perfectly fine with staff bringing forward the possibility that that's an issue, but I feel like it should be on a totally different slide than this one. And I think that there should be some kind of range put in for these to be determined. So if staff thinks that somewhere between, on the cannabis, somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million, at least that gives us something more than 3 letters TBD. Winter storm, again, nobody's asked about that, but like what's the range there? And then the healthcare deficit is only identified for fiscal year 20 through 2021. What about 21, 22? What about 21, 22, 23? I mean, after we had, I think if I have the time frame right, after we adopted the budget, we approved the labor contracts. The labor contracts postponed the employees paying anything closer to 25% of the cost of the healthcare premiums for yet another 6 months. That had to add money to the healthcare deficit that wasn't included into this current fiscal year budget. So what's the cost, what's the deficit carry forward from 21, 22, and what do we have in 22, 23? So I don't feel like the healthcare plan is really reflecting the true costs that we have to cover, unless I'm missing something.
If I may, through the chair?
Yes, you may.
In part, the 25% that normally would be covered by the staffing and that the county is now covering moving forward. I believe it was the December 13th meeting in which funding was set aside for that, and it is covered for the 22-23 fiscal year. So that funding at least has been covered and has been allocated and appropriated by the board to cover for that amount. As far as any future deficits within the healthcare, I believe Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson, I'm not seeing her on, but may be able to comment on any future deficits that she is foreseeing. I think it'd be better if she were to comment on that.
So there's no other healthcare costs that are unfunded at this point except for this 2021 fiscal year carry forward deficit?
Not that I'm aware of, but again, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson would be the better person to answer that. She was just speaking with me on that this morning. So.
Yes. What's that? Okay, Sarah, go ahead.
Good morning, Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. Sherry, Deputy CEO Johnson may be on too, but in reviewing the health plan for 21-22 and the 22-23, the board previously obligated $4.6 million of ARPA, which covered the 21-22 deficit and is projecting to cover any deficit that may occur for 22-23. I don't know if Deputy CEO Johnson is on and wants to further clarify.
Deputy CEO Johnson, are you here? No.
We're trying to pull her in right now.
Okay.
She hasn't accepted it.
Do we want to move on to another question and then come back? Supervisor Haschak.
Looking at this, the cannabis issue, is that we have a department that had a $1.1 million budget, and their revenues, which were supposed to cover all of that, were at about less than 10%. 7% of what they were expected to come in at. We didn't have a department that even brought up the issue until the executive office found it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then we've had this issue of the possibility of paying off some of that, paying some of those salaries with the LJAGP money. But then we're finding that that might not even be a possibility because of the restrictions of supplanting existing positions with that money. And so it seems like we have this department that has totally bungled the, $1.1 million. And it looks like the county general fund is going to have to pay it with general fund, whether it's 600,000 or 7, or we don't really know, but we've got a real issue here.
Supervisor Williams.
I'm glad we agree that we have a real issue. I'd like to hear from my colleagues, but I imagine it's all 5 of us. I want to go back to the winter storm damage. Is that including damage to the roads? We were fortunate that PG&E was able to allocate and respond quickly, but their heavy equipment did a lot of damage on some of our rural county roads, especially on the south coast. And I'm wondering, is that what we're talking about in winter storm damage? Infrastructure loss?
If I may, through the chair, CEO Antle, Deputy CEO Pierce will be able to give you the list of projects that we have out with FEMA. But typically, the way it works when FEMA and/or Cal OES come in after a disaster, the county is responsible for their portion. In this case, it's usually 6.83% of the total cost belongs to the county, and we would be obligated to fund that out of our general fund or whatever funding mechanisms we have. So Deputy CEO Pierce, could you let us know the projects and the total amounts of those projects and your estimation at this time?
Good morning, Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. So our initial assessment that was submitted to FEMA totaled close to 3.5 million. A majority of that, 2.2 million, was related to roads and bridges. We have some debris removal expenses, about 250,000, some emergency protective measures, including forced labor and staffing of about 530,000, and then some public buildings and equipment that was damaged, around 400,000, and some utilities, about 60,000. So we're close to 3.5 million that will be submitted to FEMA and CDAA for reimbursement. So on a rough estimate, that would probably be a general fund impact of about 230 to 250,000 as it stands right now.
Okay, so we can plug in about 230 for winter storm damage. And cannabis unit, what do we think? 600,000? So we may be about $1 million under the total here, or $1 million over. So maybe about $6.3 million estimate.
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman, yeah, that would put us right at just over 6 million.
Well, but I disagree that the room key program should even be on that list. I mean, there's no confirmation that we've done anything incorrect with the program. And if we've fulfilled the obligations of the program, we should be expecting we're going to get reimbursement. We shouldn't be throwing in the towel on that.
CEO Antle, if I may, through the chair, I don't believe we're throwing in the towel. Anyway, we are letting you know it is a concern of ours. If you want it off the list and removed down lower, we certainly can do that. I would just let you know that I think Deputy CEO Pierce mentioned we have to have a letter of obligation from FEMA, or it will be a hit at the end of the year. This is something that caught us up this last year, 21-22 close, where disaster recovery took the hit for some projects that we did not have an obligated letter from FEMA on. And Deputy CEO Pierce, could you confirm?
Good morning, Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. Yes, that is correct. I can come back with an exact total of all of the FEMA costs, but as it stands right now, over half of our projects are unobligated. They're still pending some kind of FEMA review, which means that the expenses will continue to sit in disaster recovery, but we will not have offsetting revenue. So disaster recovery will end in a deficit for 22-23 until we can receive the obligated letters from FEMA. I can come a future point with exact numbers during the mid-year presentation.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, okay, so it's sinking in. I guess I agree with Supervisor Jurdy. I don't see enough evidence that we're not going to get reimbursed. But I think the issue here is this is the 22-23 fiscal year. And if we don't receive the funds or have a letter from FEMA, it is an expense this year. Next year, we may see that we have a surplus, $1.6 million. It's really just wiping out this previous expense. But as far as staff is concerned, it is a $1.6 million funding need this fiscal year.
Okay, any other comments on this before we move on to the next image?
Well, just to finalize, I thought that was why we had reserves for our emergency response. When we had the PG&E settlement funds, I thought we were partly, with a tiny fraction of those funds, I thought we were restocking those reserves a little bit. So, I mean, this is adding volatility to our county budget unnecessarily in my mind. It seems to me that that's why you have these costs self-contained within their own fund and not intrude upon the overall general fund budget. So again, it kind of gets to my main point. You know, built up a meager 3 weeks of operating reserves in the general fund, we have no margin for error. And so programs, and I would consider this as part of our emergency response program, it needs to be a self-contained budget. So even if one line item is running over in 1 year because reimbursements are delayed, we've got enough cash and reserves that we can cover it in that fiscal year. So I just feel like this is creating unnecessary disruption in the entire county general fund budget.
CEO Antle, do you care to respond? Because I think that that's a pretty significant issue.
I don't, CEO Antle, I don't necessarily agree. I think it's a concern of ours. We're making you aware if you want it removed, and if the full board agrees or the majority of the board would like to see it handled differently and moved down below a line, we certainly can do that. Again, I think our job is to let you know our concerns and where we're at. There is some PG&E money, but most of that money has been obligated. It's not necessarily sitting there for us to access. So, we're keeping you aware of the situation. And if the board would like it reported differently, we certainly can do that.
So that brings up a good question, which is, is there such a thing as our kind of disaster reserve? Do we maintain funds to be able to lay out monies when we need to pay for something with the hope that we're going to be reimbursed?
Darcy Antle, CEO. I can tell you that fund runs in a negative, and it closed in a negative last year due to the fact that we did not have the obligation letters from FEMA that came forward. A lot of that has come in now, so I think some of that's backfilled. As far as cash in the bank, we probably have cash in the bank, right? But as far as most of that cash, it's obligated. And again, I would ask Sarah Pierce, deputies, there she pops back in. Okay, thanks. Did you hear the question, Sarah?
Good morning, Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. The cash balance for disaster recovery is a positive currently because there's multiple funding streams in there, which include part of the PG&E that has been obligated but not fully expensed out. It includes ARPA that has been received, the funding have been received, but has not been fully expensed out. And as far as FEMA, we have all of the expenses running through disaster recovery, but we've only received a little less than half of the obligation letters. I don't have the exact amount in front of me, but I can pull it up shortly, or I can bring it back at mid-year as part of a presentation.
So do you have a fair level of confidence that a lot of our FEMA disaster expenses will be reimbursed? What's the likelihood of that happening?
Sarah Pierce, Deputy CEO. Of the projects that are still pending final FEMA review, at least one portion of them have been, let me restate that. So the way that we had been submitting the FEMA projects is we had been submitting them in timeframes like quarters. And so all of the pending FEMA projects, at least 1/4 of those projects have been funded. So it is my guess that an anticipation that they will be funded. The only one we have heard concern about from other counties is the room key, and that is why we are bringing it forward. And that's the amount that we still have pending from FEMA. All the other projects, we have not had any issues in the past with getting them funded. So the likelihood is that they will be, but it's hard to tell.
Supervisor Williams.
I'd like to see us give some direction here. And I think Supervisor Jurdy is asking to separate FEMA room key to indicate that we plan to be reimbursed, but that the year of the expenditure may not be the same year as the reimbursement. It may cross fiscal years, and then staff can account however they need to. I think we want to plug in numbers for the winter storm damage, about $230,000, our 6% of the estimate, although I think 6% might be more like $210,000. And then the cannabis management unit, I'm looking for a number the board can support. I think somewhere between $700,000 and 900 might be realistic.
Okay, Supervisor Mulhern.
Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating to sit in these meetings with these slide decks that come forward with, I think, not enough information for us to make decisions, and also really just bring up so much strife within the community. And I know that we still have a budget process ad hoc of Williams and McGorty. I don't know if they saw this slide, but I think that getting to a place where before it comes to the board, there have been eyes on what the conversation is, what the slide's going to look like. So for instance, regarding the winter storm damage, I not only want to know, I want to know what we've physically spent on our labor costs. I want to know what we are anticipating the damage to be. That's, you know, obviously we're still in the middle of winter, so we can guess on what's not realized. But I also want to know what we're requesting from FEMA. And so to get a slide with TBD without all of the information is not enough to really make decisions. And I know we're just having a presentation today, I'm not sure. But I don't know if the budget ad hoc is still active, but I would appreciate taking some feedback and trying to come up with a concept that when we get a slide like this, it's going to show us what we need to know to make decisions, so that 6 years down the road, we don't have another group of people here trying to decipher it. I also think that when we know that there are issues that have already been solved, the health plan deficit, for instance, please include that information so that we know. We're all knowing that it was a larger number than 3.6, but there's nothing on the slide deck, there was nothing in the public information that would remind people, yes, this was already done.
The budget ad hoc did not review, and I think we want to be careful about the budget ad hoc looking like a standing committee.
I don't want to.
Go ahead.
Okay. I would like then to figure out how we get the wishes of the board incorporated with the slides. And maybe that just means we keep asking staff over and over again the same questions to have them come back. I think it'll be more efficient to have the budget ad hoc, which still exists, continue to work on this is what the presentation looks like, which I believe was their original scope of work.
Councilor Curtis.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I believe the budget ad hoc that we're referring to, and one of the things I try to be careful about is the shorthand. So when we say budget ad hoc, that starts to sound a little bit more like the standing committee, even though I know that's the easiest way to refer to it. But I believe that was to review the budget process for the upcoming fiscal year and to be informed as to essentially what the process was that went into creating the recommended budget. There were some concerns previously about it starting to look a little bit like a standing committee, and I would recommend that you steer clear of just referring budget items to that committee. What I think maybe another pathway forward would be to create a new ad hoc, even if it's the same composition, for a limited purpose of giving some input on the presentations and how to provide information that's useful to the board. Alternatively, you could address this as a full board as to what's the information you want. You could also have maybe a process. I've got to think about whether there'd be any Brown Act issues with this, but you might be able to have the documents shared in advance of the board meeting, have an opportunity for questions to be asked by individual board members, and then the staff could be prepared to provide whatever additional information the board members might have asked questions about at the time of the presentation. So there might be some other ways to do it. You also, if you wanted, you could just create a budget standing committee.
Yes, go ahead.
The current assignment of the budget ad hoc was approved by the Board of Supervisors December 13th, 2022. It was referred June 21st, 2022. Formation of an ad hoc committee to work on the fiscal year 22-23 budget process. Williams and McGorty, active. I think that it falls well within the scope of work. If you don't want to work on it, then please let me know. That's fine.
I want to work on it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I share concerns about the scope of work of the ad hoc because we had a resistance to an ad hoc working on cannabis issues, and now we have this ad hoc that's kind of like, okay, well, just go deal with budget issues and free for all. Anyway, I think that it really should be a standing committee if that's what we're going to do. But looking at this current funding needs, and I agree, probably the cannabis is, what I'm hearing is about 600,000 because there wasn't some staffing but it's certainly, you know, that's a department that the board oversees, and it's our responsibility to figure out why the projections were off by over 90%. With the winter storm damage, yeah, let's put in the whatever 210,000. But I guess that when we look at the overall picture and whether the 1.6 is in there or not, it's like, okay, what are we being asked today to do with this? Okay, so when I look at the recommendations, you know, I can see those if we skip a couple slides forward, and I don't want to do that to you, Mr. Hallman, but
There you go.
you know, it's, yeah, all those recommendations can be accommodated with the knowledge that we have. And with that 1.6, whether it's in there or not, you know, we still need to monitor and inform the board about what's happening. So I don't see why it's such a big issue at this point, because we're not being asked to cut a program or anything like that right now. And, you know, we did have the emergency money. Originally, the money with the PG&E was $3 million was going to be set aside for these kind of situations. And we ended up using that, kind of designating that $3 million to other programs. And so it got whittled away, basically. And we don't have that kind of $3 million cushion for these emergencies at this point.
So I'm kind of hearing a couple things here that probably should be considered. One is to have a level of precision when we're doing these presentations. That's a little higher than what we're presently getting. Would everybody agree with that? So we don't want to see TBD. I think it's okay to give a fairly well-reasoned number based on the available knowledge. I think that's a better direction to go, because again, TBD doesn't tell us anything, and we do have an obligation not only to us, but also to the community to know what's going on with their money. So the other issue that I'm hearing is the idea of the ad hoc kind of being responsible to preview these, and county council is kind of giving us a somewhat equivocative answer at the moment about whether that's a good idea or not. So that's something we need to explore a little bit more. The other alternative would be to have these kind of presentations go out a little bit earlier if we can, so that we have the opportunity to direct questions to staff, get clarifications and summary, which is, in the end, I think that the body that really needs to deliberate on these things is us, the five of us sitting here, not two ad hoc members. I'd much prefer to see this done in the open with all five of us working together.
I feel that I need to have a point of clarification to
Okay.
my comment that was not heard. What I am asking that the ad hoc do is help the executive office fiscal team come up with a template so that when these items are brought forward, we have a template that provides us with enough information. What we've been offered here today, I've heard from my colleagues, is not enough information. So I'm not asking for anybody to get a preview of the budget. I'm not asking that anybody gets to manipulate the numbers. What I'm asking is that the ad hoc that we have in place could come up with a template that works for the board so that we have enough information to make decisions.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because I didn't quite hear that. I did get the part about having more precision, and I agree with you on that. So it sounds like we could probably work with the financial team to maybe come up with a little better approach when we do have these presentations. So Supervisor Williams?
So maybe we have $2.2 million that'll help offset some of this. How do we cover the remainder? There isn't a recommendation about how to pay for what exceeds our funding.
How to pay for it at this time to cover the gap is your
Well, I
question?
mean,
Sorry,
the board is
CEO
supposed
Antle.
to maintain a balanced budget, but this is, go back to that first slide, it's kind of indicating that the budget may not be balanced.
You don't have a balanced budget.
We don't have a balanced budget, and since I've been on the board, I'm not convinced that we have ever had a balanced budget. We may have been deficit spending, and I'm too naive to recognize it. Possibility.
Possibility.
So what's the corrective action for the board? You know, ignoring the $1.6 million that maybe just cross fiscal years. The other expenses are real expenses that we have to pay with money that we don't have. What do we do?
We're going to have to look at cuts, and we'll be back before you next month. This is built on, and to your point, this is a workshop that this board asked for. It's very following the similar template that we did in December and January. And the mid-year report, which will come in with more precision and more information, is next month. So more details will come, but we really need to understand what our book number is at this time to be able to help start cutting if we're going to have to cut. We have asked multiple times to the outside auditors on when we have to pay the health plan deficit back to that fund. We have not gotten a firm answer unless Acting Deputy CEO Holman has gotten one recently. I have not heard if we have 2 years, if we have 3 years. My recommendation would be, once you figure out what your carry forward is for this year, then I would set aside money to start paying that off. A portion of it, you know, if it's $500 or $1 million, depending on the amount of money that the auditor controller is comfortable with. Right now, if it's 2.1, I would say you put 1.1 aside to cover that deficit. Again, that will take you more than 1 year. But we do know when we were over, when we had too much money in the reserve per the state controller through our auditor, that we had 2 or 3 years to spend it down. So I would hope now that when we're in a deficit, we have time to pay it back.
Okay, and then on the cannabis management unit, is that what it's called, the cannabis management unit? If the $1 million that we didn't receive in fees means we didn't process applicants, right? We didn't do some work because that was based on cost recovery. So why would we have a $600,000 expense for staff that didn't do work, right? They must be working on something else. Maybe that something else is work for the state licensing that would qualify under the grant. We don't have to answer it now. I don't want to beat up on staff. You're issue spotting and bringing items as you see them, right? But I would hope this item would come back with some level of detail. I think what Supervisor Mulhern was getting at, and I don't know if a template would really cover it. It's more of a common sense. What's the story there? Normally it would have been $600,000. We didn't budget that, yet we have staff working. They're not working on something that's providing cost recovery. What are they doing, and is that something they're doing work that we can bill the state? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, CEO Antle. If that needs to come back, that's fine, but I think the board does need to address it. We can't just leave it here. This is a train wreck.
CEO Antle, through the chair, if I may, yes, and that would be a question as to what the staff has been doing and what they're working on is a question for Director Navidal.
Okay, any other board comments before we move on?
Over here.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
So just a question. So we keep, it seems like for every budget workshop, we've got something to do with the healthcare deficit. Would it be appropriate at this time to just float some concepts for how to address the healthcare? Okay. So We now know, because I did some research over December and found out that the cities in Mendocino County are purchasing healthcare plans through Redwood Empire Municipal Insurance Fund that's 25% less expensive than the plan that about 82% of our county employees are enrolled in, which is Plan 2. Only their plan is better because they only have a 10% copay once they meet the deductible. We have the same deductible, but they have a 10% copay. We have a 20% copay in our plan. So we're paying 25% more for a lesser plan. So we know it's very expensive. And what we've been told is it's due to utilization. And I hope our healthcare experts will understand at some point as to why our utilization is roughly 25% higher than the cities their city employees are utilizing their plan. But in the meantime, we have, like some other employers, we offer county employees who choose to leave our plan and go on to a spouse's plan. We offer them, I forgot the official new name of it, but it used to be called, the acronym was MERP. It's the plan. It's a supplemental plan to a primary plan. And so we, like most people who've signed up with that plan, require that the employee and or the spouse and or the family first be on the county's plan before they're eligible to get this supplemental plan. So it's kind of bizarre. We're actually asking people, leave your other employer's plan, join the county's plan for a year, and then we're going to let you get this supplemental plan if you leave us after a year. Why do we care? Why do we want them on our plan for a year before we offer them this plan? So I think we need to look at, can we entice some county employees who are currently on our plan, maybe they have a spouse that's not on our plan, but let the whole family go on to the other employer's plan, and we'll give the whole family the MERP plan. And so if that would, I have a hunch that would save us money, because I assume it's much less expensive as a supplement to their health care. And for disclosure, I'm on the MERP plan already. This has nothing to do with me, because I'm on my spouse's other employer plan. So I'm not costing the county, I don't think, a whole lot of money by being on the MERP plan, not on the county's healthcare plan. But I don't know why we wouldn't want to encourage as many county employees to who have the option of going on to a spouse's plan to leave. Go on to the spouse's plan. We'll give you this supplemental insurance. It covers your copays. It covers, and the MERP plan, the way it's structured, if their spouse's plan costs more than the county plan in terms of premiums, the MERP plan will cover the differential costs. So they're not going to, in no way will they pay more for premiums by leaving the county plan. So I think this is worth looking into to see, can we structure this in a way? I talked to the company in Pennsylvania that administers this for us, and they said, yeah, the majority of employers do what your county does, which is you only give the MERP to the employees who've left your plan. But that's not a requirement of that company, and they have other employers who don't care that these people ever were on your plan. They simply offer it to all of their employees. So I think that is potentially, it seems like a win-win for everybody. The employees get more full coverage than they have with the county because it's a supplement to their plan. They pay nothing extra for premiums because we're going to cover, if the premiums with the other employer is more, we cover the difference. And we reduce our total cost. So what's not to like here?
So, Supervisor Jurdy, would you like to work with HR Deputy CEO Johnson on coming back with a proposal for this?
So I think they are working on it, but I wanted to float it publicly.
Ms. Johnson.
Good morning, Deputy CEO Sherry Johnson. So it's just to make clear, though, it's not human resources, so the health plan is under the executive office. So just wanted to clarify that. So we actually do have the medical expense reimbursement plan now, as Supervisor Jurdy had said. I believe it's called Catalyst now. So we do share this information at all new hire orientations. We have this at open enrollment. So we do highly encourage staff to take this opportunity. So we are getting a greater number of enrollments, but it's not as high as we'd like to see it, but we are working on that. We are working on it with Alliant, who is our new broker too.
And as it goes to the alternative health plan that the cities are using, what's our potential for being able to utilize that?
So I'm not really prepared to talk about that today, just to state, but we have had many discussions with Supervisor Jurdy and with our broker, and we don't, really see this as apples to apples. So, but we would have to do some more research on this.
Okay, so while that's a good concept, we're not quite ready to implement it. CEO Antle?
Deputy CEO Johnson, would you let us know what process you're working through? I think you've brought together a committee to do this work.
Oh, yes, thank you, CEO Antle. So we have the Health Benefits Committee that is meeting, I believe, every other month with representatives from all of the bargaining units to talk about how to, cost savings for the health plan. So we have met one time to have an introductory meeting, and we do meet with our brokers. And then we have a meeting, I actually believe it actually is this month, March, I believe around the 19th, or I don't know exact date of that, where we were talking about different deductibles, different plans. What other options can we look at? It may be higher, deductibles, as I said. So we are working on this information too.
Supervisor Jurdy, are you satisfied that we're making adequate
Well,
progress?
I know they're working on it, and I appreciate that. I guess part of my point is, it's as a group, and I don't have any specific numbers, but we know as a group, I think it's like 900 county employees are on the county healthcare plan. We've got close to 1,200 county employees, not all of whom are on the county healthcare plan. Something like 900 county employees are on it. And that for whatever reason that nobody seems to know, as a group, we use the plan more heavily than our neighbors, brothers, and sisters that work at the cities. And I think we need to get to the bottom as to why we use the plan so much more aggressively, 25% more than they use it, because our premiums are based on utilization. Aside from that, the point I'm bringing about the MERP, the Catalyze program, is a new concept, but I don't understand why we would care to have someone come onto our plan in order for them to be eligible to leave our plan and get the MERP supplement. I think it's in our best interest, it's in their best interest if we simply just offer it to all county employees, regardless of sign-up date, regardless of life-changing event. You want to come in, you've now understood this program, you now realize it's a good deal, come on in and sign up. We're going to give it to you. I think we're going to find some number of county employees that have a spouse that will now leave the plan, because I understand it right now, if they have a spouse who's on, and the spouse is on the other employer's plan, but they're on the county plan, they can leave and get the MERP program, but their spouse won't get the MERP program. So in order for the spouse to get the MERP program, the spouse has to come for a year onto the county plan, and then they can both leave. And that's crazy. Why don't we just say, leave our plan, you both go on your spouse's plan, and we'll give you the MERP supplemental insurance, and both the whole family is better off, and the county saves a bunch of money. At least I assume we're going to save a bunch of money. I assume this plan is substantially less expensive than a primary insurance plan, but I don't actually know the cost of the MERP plan. I assume it's substantially less.
Ms. Johnson, do you have a response?
Well, so I do understand what Supervisor Jurdy says, and I do not disagree with him. So we can look at changing the plan for the coming calendar year.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I just want to show my support, and I hope Supervisor Jurdy can work with staff before it comes back, so that he's not surprised, and we want to do this once.
I concur.
Okay. And then Supervisor Jurdy, your point about county employees using the plan more than city employees, is that in appointments, in dollars? Is it that there's a different health profile between these populations, or is it access to providers? Do we have some folks not using the plan because they can't get an appointment? How do we get to the bottom of that?
So I don't think we currently know why the premiums for the plan were based on a historic utilization of the plan. And so there were some good years where wellness program came up in front of the board and said, great year, we used the plan less than normal, and we saved the county money. But the problem was, that was an exception in that year we used it less than normal. It looks to me like if you look at our premiums, which are based on historic utilization, we use our plan 25% more as a group than the city employees. We also use it when I look at the health insurance offered for the Special District Association. These are special districts in California. they're also paying about 25% less. So the question is, why is it that these government employees at other agencies are using their plan roughly 25% less than we are using it? And right now, I don't think our healthcare experts understand specifics. I mean, again, none of us want to know about any specific employee, but just demographically, is there something different about the demographics of county employees? You look at the retirement report we had, the actuarial report that was on our agenda earlier today, the age of Mendocino County employees are actually going down from the last 10 years. So demographically, it doesn't sound like we would be costing more. Now, maybe there's a large group of employees of some demographic that is just, costing a lot of money. I don't know. We also know when you look at the premiums, which are presumably based on historic utilization, it's more than double the cost of an employee only. Is that because the employee onlys, by and large, are single and younger? Or is it because the people who have a spouse or a child on that county's plan are demographically just using healthcare a whole lot? I don't know, and I don't think anybody currently that we employ seems to know why we're using the plan, but it doesn't seem to be a sudden issue. It's not something that just came up. It's something that's been going on, it looks to me, like at least 10 years, maybe 20 years.
So if you think about it and you look at the kind of responsibilities and parts of the community that we're working with, particularly in social services and so forth, we're exposed to more people than somebody who's doing billing in the city of Ukiah. And I think about this last 2 years is, we've had a lot of infectious diseases that are moving through the community that could possibly affect, because we are out more in the public than perhaps some of the other city governments would be. That's one theory that I would float as a reason, just based on potential exposure to communicable diseases. There could be also stress issues, who knows? Supervisor Williams.
I'd like to get to the bottom of it. It's a multi-million-dollar program. 25% is significant. I mean, we may be able to hypothesize here all day, and some of us might be right, or maybe we're missing something. So how do we move forward? Do we assign Supervisor Jurdy to come back with the data of an apples-to-apples comparison? I don't have the health data, or I would look at it. I'd pull it up in R if I had the county and the city's data. I don't know that the supervisors have access to that with, confidential information redacted. Do we hire a consultant? What's the action here?
Well, we do have healthcare experts. We're now part of PRISM. They could presumably tell us, is the demographics of our county employees in some way different than the much larger pool that's within PRISM? They could also, that's one thing that we could look at, because there's a lot of county governments that are in PRISM.
Well, they certainly should know, since they're going to underwrite us and set the actuarial tables. So, Supervisor Mulhern. Okay. So I like the idea of Supervisor Jurdy doing a deeper dive on this and coming back with, working with Deputy CEO Johnson on what is going on with our health insurance and potential for savings. Because it is a big expense, and it's an area where we're running into deficits from the past, so we want to fix that if we can. Yes.
But because of our most recent rounds of negotiations, there was actually a committee that was formed, and maybe instead of having a special meeting for Supervisor Jurdy, he's only one supervisor, and he could just sit in on those committee meetings and provide feedback.
That's what I'm kind of thinking, but I think he also needs other information that he wouldn't get necessarily from being in those meetings.
Well, I already did a fair amount of research. I'd be happy to attend the meetings if it's appropriate.
Right? Okay. Let's move on.
Acting Deputy CEO Tim Hallman here. Up again is another sheet that we have brought forward in the past, showing similar numbers that we have brought forward both in December and in January. We have added in the organic waste recycling implementation of $11,000, but we have also listened to the direction from the last meeting, and we have removed the PG&E funding as an option in here for the considerations section. So again, most of this information is brought up from the prior meeting with just a handful of updates. Up next, we have the General Services Agency. So we have Director Janelle Rao on here, bringing forward the organic waste recycling implementation.
Director Rao?
Good afternoon. Just real quick, through the chair, Janelle Rao, General Services Agency Director. This was a result of board direction quite a few months ago. GSA had been preparing information. The direction came up prior to or subsequent to the development of this current fiscal year budget. So we weren't able to include these estimates in our current fiscal year budget. What we're suggesting is the potential use of perhaps the carbon footprint and set aside dollars to fund the one-time and perhaps ongoing expenses. We're focusing on the one-time expenses currently as it is in this current fiscal year. Our goal would be to purchase the containers and liners to get those distributed throughout the county with a goal to implement the entire program by July 1st. So we included this information for board consideration. If in fact the board is not inclined to use the carbon footprint set aside dollars, GSA would move forward with this anyway based upon the board's direction and would just be included it as a projected expense in our current fiscal year budget. And
Supervisor
I'm happy
Mulhern?
to answer any questions.
Yeah, this is a subject that I'm super passionate about, and I do not remember saying to purchase the containers and liners. Actually, I think what we did want was a number, and it looks like that we have that at $564,000, and I'm absolutely opposed to spending that much money on green trash cans when we have perfectly fine blue ones. I think that our mixed waste organics goals can be accomplished without this expense. And I also have a question about the liners. None of our current composting facilities accept liners. So if there's a portion of this expense that is for the quote-unquote biodegradable liners, I think it's important for both the agency and the public to know that none of our composting facilities accept those. So I'm not sure what the liners portion would mean. I mean, I think that this could be done, even perhaps if it's the lids need to be green. This is a signage issue. I'm assuming that our hauler can help us get green dumpsters. I don't know if any of these costs were for new fencing or containment of mixed waste organics dumpsters, but I'm not interested in paying $300 for containers. I mean, in purchasing 300 containers.
If I might, just for clarification, the one-time expense is $11,000. The ongoing additional servicing, because these were containers to be placed in areas such as our break rooms throughout the entire county for the organic separate waste cycling. And so those were the smaller containers that would be placed in those that do not exist at this time with, again, the compostable liners. But again, we're happy to take board direction on this. But if these were to be placed in break rooms to make this separation of organic waste materials, that was just the estimate we came up with based on the figures that we have with a number of our break rooms throughout our entire county facilities.
We have 300 break rooms?
No, I have the breakdown of the actual containers themselves. Hang on, I'm pulling it up in front of me. We have 154 restrooms and 117 break rooms. So the total estimate was for 271 actual containers to be purchased. And that's throughout the entire county's owned real property.
Yeah, I think that's an incredibly wasteful environmental impact, and I think that we should try to look at different options rather than purchasing new containers, but I'm only one person.
So what would you do instead, Supervisor Mulhern?
I would use containers that we already own and label them appropriately for mixed waste organics.
And what about the issue of bagging? Because obviously when you have something that you're dumping that's going to go into recycling, it tends to be kind of messy.
I do believe that there would be a a janitorial expense that would come with having to clean them, but you can't use liners. It's not, we don't have a facility that accepts them. I mean, in my own home, I use a small bin under my cupboard that I rinse regularly. If you're talking about a bathroom facility, and the women's restroom in 501 Low Gap Road is one that is a very good example. You all have not been there, I'm assuming. It has a sign that says paper towels only. Change the sign that says paper towels go in your mixed waste organics bin, and they're compostable. For I don't know how many years, the restroom has had a paper towels, which have never been recyclable, versus please put your trash in this other small receptacle. We already own these receptacles. We don't need to purchase new ones.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, I'm from the unincorporated, so compost goes in the compost pile. This just looks like a lot of money. I mean, pigs also work. This looks like a lot of money, and I'm not comfortable with it coming from the climate mitigation fund. That was a visionary set aside that wasn't intended to cover unfunded mandates.
Supervisor Hasjack.
Well, I agree. We're trying to do the recycling, but these kind of expenses we can't afford right now. There's got to be a better way. And, I've heard from the janitorial staff that, yeah, it would be an incredible expense to have to deal with each one of those individually. So we need to find a better way to do it. And I don't want to take it from the PG&E fund either. I think that was meant for something else entirely. And so maybe Supervisor Mulhern could work with General Services and come up with a plan.
So here's a thought. If you go to Freeman Brothers, they have green buckets for about $4. How about we get some of those for the break rooms and just dump them into the green trash with mixed recyclables, and then rinse the bucket out?
Who's going to rinse the bucket?
The janitors.
Well, I think that's part of the increased cost.
Yeah, there is a cost, but if we're mandated again to recycle our organics, we don't do it for free. Supervisor Mulhern?
Yeah, so I currently have a contest on my Facebook page to remind residents about putting their food waste into mixed waste, or the mixed waste organics bin. And I think, there are many vessels that you could use to gather food waste. Very large pickle jars. Like, perhaps we should do something more innovative, like have a contest or find some champions in the department. Because the county employs an incredible amount of our population, and to have them buy in to this initiative, I think would help our county as a whole overall. It's like when school children first learned to recycle, and it was taught in the schools, and I'm old enough to remember when we separated our recycling from papers and cans and bottles. It was taught in the schools as a way to implement, and then they would go home and spread it to their parents. Why don't we try to be a little more interesting within our own county government to come up with a strategy? And I understand that there are janitor expenses. I'm not assuming that our staff is going to do all of the work. What I'm saying is, instead of spending this much money, why don't we try to figure out an alternative idea?
I'd like for the board to invite or direct Supervisor Mulhern to work with GSA and come back with a proposal.
I think that's a good idea. The other thing that I'm also wondering is, we start moving food waste around our campus and into the bins. Are we going to have visitors like you have in Mendocino coming in and creating a problem for us as well? So, what are we going to do to kind of address that?
And if I might, that was part of the initial concern with ensuring we had the proper containers in the employee break rooms, whereas right now they don't have the proper containers. We are more than happy to work with Supervisor Mulheron and take any creative way of addressing this. We just wanted to make sure that we return to the board with some indication per the board's direction as to what the potentials were to fund this if we were to implement it as directed, and then take board direction.
Supervisor Williams?
And I hope it comes back on consent.
Yeah.
Happy to.
So I support that, and I also encourage Supervisor Mulhern to, when talking with GSA, my hunch is that we'll actually see a decrease in our cost for garbage disposal, because if we're diverting the waste from the garbage waste stream, I don't believe commercial businesses have to pay for the green waste. Certainly residences don't. So, this might be an offsetting cost.
Okay, Supervisor Mulheron, is that an acceptable plan to you?
Yeah, that's fine. I just have a question about process for these type of budget updates that we can get to when we're done with this.
Are we done with this image otherwise? We'll go on to our, do you want to ask that now, or do you want to wait towards the end? Or how
I
do you
can
feel?
ask it now. I mean, so process-wise, it seems like the General Services Department comes and presents on these updates and asks us, or doesn't ask us for money, but rather brings back the information that we had previously asked for on specific budget items. I'm wondering, are all of the departments included? So for instance, if we have 5 items, I don't see the other directors or budget people for those items necessarily being brought into the meeting, and I think that would be a much more effective way to handle these conversations if the people with the information were in the meeting. So I guess this is a request to the budget ad hoc as you're kind of trying to come up what's the strategy for these presentations. I think that the budget units that are affected should be in the meeting to be able to describe to us what the needs are.
So I guess it becomes an issue of whether it's necessary or not. Some things we can get through. So what is the policy, CEO Antle? Do you generally have department heads available as we discuss items that might affect them?
CEO Antle, this is the first, to my knowledge, that we have to work in the fiscal year on the current fiscal year deficits. Typically, these budget workshops, and that's what they are, is a workshop opportunity to inform the board of where we're at, only occur for the prior year, which will be a shift for you coming up, right? So these are going to drop away, and you will start having 23-24 workshop as we plan the next budget. These were at your request. We can certainly change them. Typically, if we are not in a deficit and things are working fine, we meet first quarter, we meet at mid-year, we meet at third quarter, and we move through the process. So again, this is the first time. If you want something different, certainly everybody that is having a challenge right now and reporting any possible deficits prior to mid-year, they're included here. And that's why we're bringing them to you today. Most of these you have seen before, with the exception of organic waste recycle. That was a new item today. But these items have been before you, certainly in January and December, and they were probably carried forward from first quarter, which would have been in November. So if you would like to see these differently, we certainly can work with the ad hoc to create something different. But at this point, we believe we're following your direction that was given prior.
Supervisor Williams.
Well, gratitude and appreciation for Supervisor Mulhern for agreeing to take on the organic waste recycling implementation. But it's funny, as a board, we zero in on the $11,000 when we're looking at $5 or $6 million here. And I mean, I guess we talked about all the items. The cannabis management unit at 600,000, that's the one that I really want to see come back. Because if there's any way we can shift, before it's too late, shift some of the accounting to highlight that we're doing the state's licensing work, that'll have a much greater impact than the waste bins, even though I agree it's important.
Supervisor Mulhern?
To be clear, I wasn't focusing on the $11,000. I was focusing on the other slide of the ongoing expense. So I think, you know, when we're looking at our employees and what we're able to offer them, I think if we aren't paying attention to how much things are costing and changing, then we are missing key pieces. So I wasn't focusing on the $11,000. I was focusing on this idea that we were also going to just get rid of 116 blue bins because they're blue and not green, and that is not an environmentally sustainable practice.
Agree. How many other items are in this category that are not on the slide?
Well, that's
Right.
for the budget ad hoc to include.
Okay, we have our marching orders.
All right, any other further comments at this point from board members? Okay, so if we're done, I guess we can go to public comment. We have Michael Katz on the line. Oh, no, I'm sorry, in the room first. You come, Carrie, I didn't see you.
Hi, Carrie Shattuck again. So frustrated yet again with the budget. We're 3 months away from the budget hearings for 23-24. We still haven't finalized 21-22. You know, this is taking like almost a year to close the budget. I think the decision by the board to combine this office has completely backfired. Obviously, you know, that was the goal of the board, was to get timelier budgets and things done, and that's not what's happening. That's not what I see. Where's Lloyd Weir? We were supposed to be having support from him. We're paying him a consulting fee. Don't hear anything about him. I don't know what's going on with him. I guess he's lost somewhere. And how long is it going to take to close the current budget? Another year after it's closed? You know, and the fact that Shamiz says, you know, like, certain departments aren't closed. Okay, I understand that she doesn't want to call out these departments and throw people under the bus, but she's sitting in the hot seat. I think all of you should know what departments aren't closed, who's holding this up. Why don't we get these answers, these questions to these answers, you know, the answers to these questions? I think the department heads need to be being held accountable for the holding up the budget. You know, and this is why government is in the state that it's in. No business could run like this. You gotta know where you're at with your budget, especially from the year before. You know, maybe Ms. Cubison isn't qualified for this office. I mean, she's obviously struggling to close things and you know, maybe she needs better direction with the departments. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. And also with the health plan deficit, you know, maybe if it wasn't taking a year for the budgets to be closed, maybe you'd have a better idea, would have had a better idea until now what was happening with that. Also on cannabis, I have started following this cannabis program, and it's really a disaster in our county. You know, the fact that the board doesn't even want to hear about cannabis in regular session is really concerning. You know, it has to go through the general government now before, you know, anyone, you know, wants to talk about it. And I know, Williams, you're tired of hearing about it. And how much is it costing the county? You know, people have been in this program for 7 years. They're still not approved, and it's taking 200 hours to approve an application. You know, this is extremely excessive, and I don't know any business that is scrutinized like this. You know, if you look at the revenue for the cannabis department this year, it's $1.5 million. Okay, you guys just approved a $1.6 million contract for an outside contractor, and what are they doing? They're doing application reviews. We're not doing this in-house. What is our cannabis department doing then? And have you looked at the amount of money and hourly rate in this application, $200 an hour, 190, and how many hours are they spending, reviewing these applications? It just does not make sense. And as a caller mentioned earlier, there's a complete, conflict of interest, and this company's from Pleasanton. How much experience do they have with cannabis in rural communities and, the different growing scenarios that we have? And they're, reviewing these applications for us. The revenue, the expenses for the cannabis department this year
Okay,
is,
Carrie, you're going to have to wrap it up, please.
okay, it's $3.2 million. The revenue this year is only 1.5. How does that make sense? This program is costing us money. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
I tend to agree the program is costing us money. Carrie, there's a lot of follow-up that I'd be happy to send you background information. In short, this is not the county's cannabis program. It's the state of California's cannabis program. The county cannot license applicants, only the state can license. We're straddled with doing the state's dirty work, the technical assistance on site-specific CEQA review. And we have a bad ordinance that we can't change because the deadline is in state statute at pass. We would have to do a full EIR. $1 million might take 4 years. You're right in saying that this program can't possibly succeed. I think a lot of us recognize that. I don't know anything this board can do to make it a success. This is a state regulatory problem, and we're getting the brunt of it. And a lot of the criticism that comes here should really go to Sacramento. They've devised a scheme that where we can't possibly win. We don't have the technical expertise or the funds to make good on the state's program. But Carrie also brought up, this is for staff, Carrie brought up department heads not doing their work so that the auditor can close books. I don't know if that's true, but I think we should follow up and we should be able to provide an answer to the public. If it's true, this board needs to take some action. And if it's not true, we need to clarify that the auditor's not held on department heads.
And another clarification too is that we didn't actually vote to combine the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector offices, just the officers' positions, correct? So we didn't say we're combining those offices. We combined the positions that run those offices. There's a big difference. Okay. At this point, I think we're ready to invite a motion or action on this. Oh, online, sorry, we have Michael Katz. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors and county staff. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director for the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I want to start by agreeing with Supervisor Williams' assessment of the cannabis program as a train wreck earlier, and to extend that metaphor a bit further, with the board's continued decision to have the director of that department report directly to you, the board has taken on the role of engineer. I sympathize with Supervisor Williams' comment that he thinks the board spends too much time talking about cannabis, and I agree. Unfortunately, the time that is spent talking about it almost never leads to any meaningful changes or improvements in the MCD processes. Several of the questions asked today should be easily answerable by the supervisor of a department. The stakeholder community has been raising issues with the management of this program and allocation of resources within it for years, and no significant responses come from the board until recently. And at every opportunity, the board has avoided more robust oversight of the department, most recently in October, when the ad hoc recommended that full-time staff from the CEO's office and county council be assigned to the department to streamline and expedite processes. I wonder if that had happened if the MCD budget shortfall would have been identified earlier. The bottom line is that the program is failing in every conceivable way to achieve its purpose of issuing permits. At the moment, the department is estimating between 150 to 200 hours to review each individual ministerial application. That's the source of the shortfall. Until the board intervenes in a meaningful way and moves these applications forward, this train wreck will continue to devastate our entire community. We're grateful from the comments that came from the members of the General Government Committee yesterday, and there will be items coming forward in the near future that will be able to create actual positive movement for our locally licensed operators, such as tax payment plans that were not developed in a timely fashion despite board direction, and that have led to the continued deprioritization There will be vegetation modification solutions coming from Hannah Nelson and the Willits Environmental Center, and the reconfirmation of issuance of 10 million in already committed direct grants to the licensed operators of this county to help them transition from their provisionals to their annuals. It's not enough to say this is the state's fault. There are plenty of things that can and have been done and should continue to be done locally to improve conditions on the ground. So to close with the train metaphor, it's time to clear the tracks and grease the wheels and move this program forward. And at this time, because the department reports directly to the board, it is the board's responsibility to make sure that that's happening. I'm grateful to the efforts of the GGC, but the full board is going to need to come together to move these items forward. Thank you for your consideration.
Okay, next on the list, we have Monique Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Monique Ramirez, District 3. Yeah, it's really concerning that this budget situation is happening. And I just want to draw attention again to the fact that the reason that we don't have this money is because we're not processing applications. And we have a new timeline for renewals that are being pushed out for almost up to another year. And for me personally, that means I might not get my permit renewed for almost 19 months. If it comes up to 2 years, that's 2 years of revenue that the county didn't get for my permit fees. And that's just appalling. I cannot believe that that's happening after I've been in this program since 17 and every year have been successfully able to get my renewal within a matter of days, honestly. And I don't think it's really the state problem that we have right now, because you can get a state license approved very quickly and the documents are almost identical that are being requested of you as an applicant. So I don't really get what's going on with the county's process. It makes no sense. This whole 150 to 200 hours to process an application. If we look at our cannabis approved fees list on the website, it says that it's $90 per hour for department staff to review applications that they charge after 1 hour if it takes longer. So $90 times 200 hours, that equals $18,000, you guys, for a county permit. I don't think a cottage operator like myself could ever afford that. That's ridiculous. We need to go back to the drawing board. Why do we even think that it's going to take that many hours? Like, it's ridiculous. I crunched some numbers. The permit fees right now, like if you were just an initial applicant, is around, I think it's $1,600 for an application fee. If we times that by about 800 applicants, it's like $1.3 million that the county would get in a year. And then after that, everyone would be on a renewal fee, which is only $733, bringing us to about $586,000 per year. So that's what we should really be looking at, is the numbers of what this program should be generating. For cost recovery, I guess, is kind of still an open discussion. I think we need to have an analysis done, sit down, have a staff person, take an application and walk it all the way from beginning to end and have a timer sitting there, seeing how long it actually takes to process. And let's get some data behind all of this stuff, because it's ridiculous and the public needs to have more transparency with these departments. And it's just appalling that we're sitting here still fighting for these things to get changed. It's really frustrating. Thanks.
Supervisor Williams.
One problem in making the permitting easier is not being successful in triggering a state license. And so I don't think, from where I sit, it's not staff, it's not the CEO, county council, the department head, this board, anybody who works for this county that wants the review to take so long or wants applicants to fail to get their permit and state license. The reality is the state requires site-specific review. And this Appendix G, which I think is weird, is a way to document that the county has done site-specific review in a ministerial permitting model where sure doesn't look like we're doing that site-specific review, not in a discretionary way. It takes a lot of hours and it takes more information from the applicants because the county is trying to build a record for the applicant to enable them to get the state license. When the Ag Department ran this program, when Planning and Building ran it, the renewals may have been easier, but those renewals were not generating the documentation that would ever allow the applicant to get a state license. And I know enough to be dangerous here, but I hear in every direction bits and pieces, and it's all true. 200 hours sounds like way too much time. Why would the county have such a complicated process? Well, the answer is because Prop 64 passed and SB 94, and the state came up with administrative policies. And when the county tries to get applicants through that state process, it ends up being a lot more paperwork, a lot more time, a lot more money than any of us would ever wish. So I don't think that we have somebody who is intentionally trying to make this process difficult. I think you have staff fighting for the applicants, and the applicants certainly don't get that. They think that the county is, we're not paying attention, and, staff doesn't care if they get their state license. So there's a communication problem here, an education problem. I mean, as a board, 5 of us probably have slightly different background information. It's a problem that never should have existed, but ultimately what people are saying is this won't work. And I'm with them. I don't think this is going to work. I think this program is slowly imploding. It's costing the county a fortune in staff time, in uncollected taxes, in every category imaginable. The applicants aren't getting their state license. The price of the product is falling. This is a cheap commodity today. I mean, 5 years out, will it make economic sense to grow it in Mendocino County? Probably not. And it's awfully hard to build a program with those dynamics where the people in the program are losing their farms and we have no control of the underlying regulation. So, long-winded way to say, I'm with the small farms. They see that this program is failing them. They're right, it is failing. I don't know what this board can do to change the outcome.
Okay, so I think we're done with our public and board comment. I would invite a motion or action to approve this presentation.
Move approval.
Second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Chair McGordy?
Yes?
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
So we should probably handle the next item before lunch?
After lunch.
After lunch?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a break. What time are we going to reconvene?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
What
Mr.
time
Chair.
are we going to reconvene?
1:30.
1:30? Okay,
Yeah,
so,
it's just a lunch break. We don't
Right.
have a close today, so
Okay,
we
so-
should be back at 1:30.
we'll be back at 1:30.
Required to have a program because the state? No, we could have no program. Okay, that's what I thought.
136, I'd like to call the, I'm sorry, 131, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And we're going to move on to agenda item 4G, discussion and possible action, including appointment of ad hoc committees to draft supplemental grand jury responses. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for a little bit of background, about 2 years ago, the Mendocino County Grand Jury did a report, continuity report, and identified that it itself had not been following up with respect to the recommendations, or sorry, the responses that were required to grand jury reports. It appears that they're now being more diligent about that. There has been a response that's been sent to the county, or a letter that's been sent to the county regarding the responses that were previously provided, and in particular, there was some of the items didn't include an estimate of a time for when things were to be completed, which was one of the required elements in a response. This actually came up during the meeting. You may recall Supervisor Hashak had pointed out with respect to one of the reports, but unfortunately I just missed that error persisted through all of them. What my recommendation here was simply just to have the various ad hocs reconvene so that they could update the responses to include estimated time frames. Excuse me. I don't know that there's more than that's needed. There were two of the responses they identified as being potentially ambiguous. However, I think if you look at the form that was included with the responses, those particular responses are actually quite clear. There's a little checkbox form at the beginning that provided that those two particular responses were essentially an intent to go ahead and implement, and then the language in the text makes sense in that context.
Supervisor Hasjack?
Let's see. I move to appoint prior ad hoc committee members to new ad hoc committees so that we can get this work done. It seems like a pretty straightforward process, and we just need to be responsive to the grand jury.
Second.
Okay.
And for clarification, it'll be the same members on the ad hocs as previously.
Correct.
Board comment? Discussion? Is there any comment from anyone in the room? I'm sorry.
What was that?
I have the index up if you guys like me to read them out. So for the
through the chair.
Through the chair, there are so the Mendocino County Cannabis Equity Grant Program grand jury report ad hoc was Supervisors Hashak and McGordy. The Measure B re-examined grand jury report ad hoc was Supervisors Mulhern and Hashak. The Mendocino County Jail was Hashak and Jurdy. The County Programs of Last Resort was Supervisor Mulhern.
That's it?
Those are the only ones listed in the item. I defer to County Council if anything else is needed.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, it was just, there were just 4 letters that were received.
Okay. All right, any online commentary?
We do have a hand up from Michael Katz.
Okay. Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, good afternoon, supervisors. This is Michael Katz, Executive Director of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. We do support the recommended action to take a more thorough look at the response to the Mendocino County Cannabis Equity Grant Program grand jury report. Thank you for taking up this important issue.
Okay, well, with that in mind, I think we're ready to call for the question. It's been moved and seconded, and we're ready to vote.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
And Supervisor Mulhern? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so now we're on to item 4H is discussion and possible action, including review of Board of Supervisors directives requiring follow-through from county staff and/or other agencies, and deletion or of outdated directives as determined by the Board of Supervisors. This is the Executive Office, CEO Antle.
Thank you, Chair McGordy. I'm here today to ask for approval to delete the items that have been reviewed and are highlighted. Some are asking for status reports, which we'll bring that back at next meeting, but we would just like to clean this up, get some of these old ones off. They're showing where the board members that have reviewed this are confirmed that they were heard at prior meetings, so we would just like direction to remove these that say remove or completed, and then come forward with the status update on a few of them.
Chair?
Yes. I'm sorry, do we have a question? I wasn't sure how we were going to handle this, so Supervisor Hasjak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure how you're going to handle it either, but I appreciate Supervisor Mulherin going through and two of us marking them. I guess my question is, looking at these, some of them that are in process, then how do we deal with those? Because it seems like maybe we've heard them, but there's still no resolution to them. So certainly there are some that just need to be removed. I think that we are both in agreement on that. But it's those ones in process which are a little more tricky to see, to make sure that we're being accountable and making sure that those are come to some kind of resolution.
We can go down the list. I mean, that's the sure way to be that we've hit everything. And then if it's in process, we say still continuing. And if they're finished, then we'll be finished. So that's one way. So Supervisor Mulherin.
So I did go through the list and I did mark the ones that I had questions on and asked for updates from the team members in a lot of the cases. So it sounds like maybe those aren't ready for this meeting and that it's going to have to come back. So I suggest we don't even waste our time today. This item comes back and we move forward with our next item.
So moved.
Any further discussion?
Well, just with that, we can remove the ones that we're in agreement that are already completed. I think that, and then we come back with the ones that need reports.
Well, we did agree on several items. I did also ask that they were, there was a report or an update, at least one of them. I mean,
yeah.
If no board members have concerns about the items that are removed and marked by both, and that I didn't mark that I wanted a report or communication about it, then that's fine if they need to be removed before the next meeting. But as you can see, I thought a considerable amount of them could be removed with an update to the board. So I just don't think we need to spend a lot of time talking today.
Right, we just need to get with the department heads or the board, depending on who it was assigned to get those updates confirmed. But we would like to remove those that you both have completed as done.
Yeah, certainly that seems appropriate. And then the other ones, we come back with reports.
Yeah, and if we are going to have it come back, I would suggest that the department heads are available to come into the Zoom to streamline the process. Certainly they can do a written report so that it's with the agenda, but I think that it's ineffective to not have them in the meeting while we're discussing their items.
Supervisor Williams?
I support Supervisor Mulhern's motion.
Supervisor Hasjak, your hands up. Are you guys good? I can't see it. No, you're good. Okay, so we've heard from everybody. So is there any public comment?
Carrie Shattuck. Just briefly looking at this, like the oldest one on here is from October of 2019, and it's regarding Code K to remove the square footage maximum restriction for limited density rural dwellings. And considering our housing crunch, that seems like something that maybe the board could revisit and take care of. Thank you.
Thank you. Any online comment?
No.
No? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that's been moved and seconded. Roll call vote.
Just to clarify, because there was a little bit of back and forth,
Okay.
is this the motion to just continue the item to a future date, or is this to delete the outdated directives as determined in the attachment and return regarding those in process?
It's to delete the directives that were labeled by both Mulhern and Hashak. So it wouldn't be just the ones in process, I guess is the clarification.
Supervisor Mulhern, thank you for putting the list together.
I didn't put the list together, I just.
Well, you
edited
reviewed it and annotated it.
I did review it
We-
diligently.
Thank you, clerk. We could have been here all day on this item.
Ready for the vote?
Yes, we are.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
And Chair McGorty?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. So now we're on to agenda item 4I, discussion and possible action, including review, adoption, amendment, consideration, or ratification of legislation pursuant to the adopted legislative platform. CEO Antle.
Yes, through the chair, just a really brief update on this is that a couple of items have been added under homelessness and cannabis, and the whole packet will come back before you on consent on March 14th.
Okay, board members, any comments? Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, there was a memo from MCA talking about a couple items that they thought had been deleted or left off from the discussions that the General Government Committee had in October, I think. But as it turns out, talking with the director of the Cannabis Department, that those are still in there and that it was incorporated into other items. So I think that that concern was taken care of, hopefully.
Very good. Other comments? Are there any comments in the room? Any comments online?
Yes. He took his hand up.
All right, well, with that in mind, I guess we would have I entertain a motion to adopt the our legislative platform?
I don't think we need a motion.
Don't? Okay, this must be something that
Should we ask?
was cuts and pastes on everything. This says invite motion or action on my script.
Yeah, it's standard language, just so we go through. In this case, since there's no update, there's nothing like that, you don't need a motion.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, then we have agenda item 4J, which supervisors reports regarding special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. Anyone? Supervisor Haschak.
Let's see, a couple months ago, we did the declaration of emergency for tree mortality, and one of the items we were trying to get was some more data from state agencies or federal, and we did get that. I attached it to the agenda item, and it's from the U.S. Forest Service Aerial Detection Survey from 2022. And it shows that in Mendocino County, we have 98,000 acres that are affected by tree mortality and 1.3 million trees. And so that's using the best technology they have. And so it's much more severe in Mendocino County than it is in Humboldt, Lake, Sonoma, Napa. And those are areas that we're looking to collaborate with because they consider their their situation dire. And so it really emphasizes that we have a real issue here with the tree mortality. The FEMA disaster assistance, like CEO Antle said earlier, is in Willits and Point Arena, I believe. And so if people want to take advantage of that to apply, it's time to do it. And then I also just got an email today saying that the Great Redwood Trail Agency has filed with the Surface Transportation Board to rail bank the 50 miles of rail between Willits and Cloverdale. And so that is just got filed today, and we'll see what goes on, because the idea is to rail bank from Humboldt Bay to Sonoma County. So the Great Redwood Trail Agency is still moving along.
Okay, well, thank you for that update. Anyone else? Okay. All right, so finishing up that, we'll move on to agenda item 5A, which is an off-agenda item. And this is discussion and possible action, including designation of chief executive officer or designee as county's authorized representative to sign for the California State Water Resources Control Board Public Beach Safety Program Grant Agreement, and all amendments and other documents associated with the program that do not increase the grant amount. Supervisor Antle, CEO Antle, I demoted you.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So we did get the document uploaded, so it is available online for everyone to see. There are copies in the back of the room. And this is just the resolution changing the signing authority for the grant agreements to reflect that we don't currently have a public health director, and would allow the CEO or their designee to sign.
Okay. Any further discussion necessary?
I'll just say it's a routine grant the county gets every year. It usually, the reporting usually shows that there's been deer due in Pudding Creek, and it washes up on Pudding Creek Beach, and that's about the bulk of the reporting. But
move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we've moved to recommended action by Supervisors Williams and Hasjack. So when you're ready, we'll call for the vote.
Chair McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern? Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashack?
Yes.
And Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and then we have agenda item number 4B, which is discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution terminating the local emergency related to COVID-19. County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe we have Dr. Corian available if you could be added to the meeting. I will just start by saying, pursuant to state law, anytime a local emergency is declared, the Board of Supervisors has to ratify it and then has to review every 60 days. In the case of a local health emergency, again, the board has to ratify and then review every 30 days. During the course of the COVID-19 related emergency, the governor actually suspended that review requirement for the duration of the excuse me, for the duration of the declared state emergency. So it has been back for review in that time frame. However, with the expiration of the state emergency now, and after consultation with the director of OES and the public health officer, we prepared a resolution to go ahead and end the emergency, or the local emergency, to coincide with the end of the state emergency.
Questions or comments from the board?
It's going to move the recommended action.
Okay, moved and seconded. Anyone else have any further comments on this? Just for the record, I'd just like to say we're at the end of one of the most challenging times in Mendocino County history as we end the COVID-19 epidemic. Our community came together in a way that was proactive, collaborative, and effective in working through the health emergency. We implemented an effective plan to minimize exposure to this potent pathogen. It was very trying on our community, especially for schools and small businesses and many people who felt isolated and fearful. When vaccines became available, the county was very effective in getting our population vaccinated and was ahead of many counties around us in getting shots in arms. We mourn the loss of people who succumbed to COVID-19. We are eternally thankful for all that helped get us through such a dark time, and this will be a defining moment for our community, the county government, and staff. Okay, so any other further comment? Supervisor Hashtag.
Yeah, Chair McGordy, I appreciate those words because we've lived through this traumatic time, and the county, I think, really stepped up and did the right thing with the COVID response. And it took incredible amounts of time and energy, and we had no idea what was going to happen when we started this, but we were prepared for the worst, and fortunately, we didn't have to see the worst most of the time. You know, certainly there were tragic situations and everything, but you know, I appreciate Dr. Corin, I appreciate Dr. Duhan before him, and just the whole team that public health put forth, and the cooperation from all the clinics and health providers throughout the county was really spectacular, I thought, and we could have been in a much worse situation, but I think that they really pulled through, and I appreciate the county staff and CEO Angelo in the past, and then CEO Antle now. The coordination and collaboration that was required throughout this process was really extraordinary, and so I really tip my hat to all of those.
Yeah, and there were some heroic moments from board members too. I really appreciate Supervisors Moll, Heron, and Williams for their participation in clinics and organizing them and being there. So that was also really wonderful and inspirational to all of us. So I see Dr. Corin is online. Dr. Corin, welcome. You're one of our heroes
yeah, well,
too.
I just wanted to, pardon?
You're one of our heroes as well.
Well, we all did our job, but we all came together very heroically. I want to agree with that. I just want to review some of the things that have happened and why it's now felt to be very reasonable to end this pandemic or emergency order. When I first started back in June 2020, I look back at some of the records, we were having only 5 per day. And that was actually several months after the emergency order was passed. By December of 2020, we exceeded 35 cases per day. And in February 2021, which was the peak, we were seeing over 200 new cases per day. Now we've come down to 3.9 cases per day. We used to have several outbreaks at a time. Now there is one that is winding down, will probably be ended in the next few days. For hospitalizations for COVID, we were seeing 5 to 10 every day. Our emergency rooms were flooded. We had 3 to 5 in the ICU. Hospital beds were scarce. In fact, the Adventist Health System opened up a hospital at home for a while, or a virtual hospital, where people were given acute hospital care, but at their homes. We had in isolation and quarantine, very often over 200 people in their homes, and the county sheltered many who could not isolate at home. We struggled with testing and getting our timely results. We had no vaccines or effective treatment for over a year after the pandemic started. Public health and governments responded to the threat of all of the available medical care. I mean, we were concerned about the availability of hospitals and hospital beds. We had lockdowns followed by numerous federal, state, and local orders isolating people in their homes, restricting businesses and schools, and we all paid a very high but necessary price to protect our people and our healthcare system. In the last 2.5 years, we've developed high-quality home self-tests, wastewater surveillance now for early situational awareness. We have safe and effective vaccines and treatments, and now even better, more instructions for people to take care of themselves at home. We no longer face the same threats that we did, but we have to continue to use the science and continue to vaccinate, make use of treatments, and when we have COVID, and stay home when we're sick. You know, the hygiene recommendations about covering coughs and using good hygiene still continues. And so, but at this point, the county's emergency orders are no longer needed, and they should be withdrawn. We have to continue to organize our resources to address climate change and disparities in our communities, which is the root of our vulnerability that caused disparities in those people who became ill, wound up in the ICU, and who passed away. But at this point, the emergency that we had 2.5 years ago is no longer at that level, and I would concur that we should remove this order from the books. Thank you.
Dr. Corin, how many people actually passed away from the disease?
In Mendocino County, excuse me, it's up to 143.
Any questions for other board members? Yes,
So,
Supervisor Jordy.
Dr. Corin, just one's, I'll give a sort of simple, direct question, and the other is just a broader question. So the simple, direct question is, I imagine there might be some businesses that will still say masks either required for their business or recommended, but regardless of the county health order, do you expect that to be the case?
There may be some businesses and some institutions that will say, yes, we think that we should continue to mask in our area. And I would recommend that that decision be made in light of our community risk level, but also the people who are coming into those institutions. If there are, like we have many people who have immune compromise going to hospitals or to skilled nursing facilities, other medical facilities, yeah, they're going to continue to mask, and that's appropriate. And individuals may want to continue to mask also if they're vulnerable or they live with someone who may have an immune compromising condition or cancer or something of that nature. But our population has been taught and has learned how to make those judgments, and we now have the capability to do that and keep the risk down and not pay such a high price as we had to do a few years ago.
Got it. And then the kind of bigger question is, I think most of us were probably shocked that something this dramatic could happen. You know, that we all read and heard about the 1918 flu endemic, you know, but never really imagined in our modern world with the science advancements that we've had that we could sort of see society almost shut down by something, you know, like this. Do the health experts that you follow at the state or federal level, do they think this kind of thing could happen again within our lifetime?
We are better prepared for it now, but that doesn't mean that we're immune to it. So the toxins that are in the air, the germs that are in the air, the changes in climate that cause people and animals to mix more frequently, all increase our risk levels. And so I'm not going to say it isn't possible. We have to be vigilant when we see any signs of this. I mean, we have now worldwide a major epidemic of avian flu that hasn't jumped to human transmission, but it's severely affecting our food sources around the world as far as eggs, poultry, and eggs. And so these germs are around and they're mutating and they're changing as we speak. And we need to be aware of the conditions that can increase our risk and respond to them. That's why we now have, and it happened just in the last year, wastewater surveillance to look for certain viruses. Now it's still very restricted. We look for this virus or that virus, and now they're going to add another type of virus, influenza, RSV. They'll do some others. But we're trying to keep, the science is trying to keep up with what's happening in the world, and there's a lot of things happening in the world. So I don't have a crystal ball, to be able to say it won't happen. It can happen. I hope it'll be another at least 100 years, but there's really no guarantee.
Any questions additional for Dr. Corin? Supervisor Williams?
Not for Dr. Corin, but I would add to your list the hundreds of volunteers who showed up, many of whom had not been vaccinated at the time, showed up to wear a mask and help their neighbors. That was really something to see. And I also want to thank NCO for helping the coordination of those volunteers. It was my first glimpse into NCO's role in being able to insure people and collect their information and line up volunteers with efforts.
Here, here.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Corn. We also have Becky Emery online. Director Emery.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Chairman Gordy, CEO Antle, and County Council Curtis. My name is Becky Emery, and I serve as your Social Services Director. As the public health emergency is unwinding across the state of California, there are changes to our services and supports to our community as well. There are 3 significant items that I want to raise your awareness on as they are impactful to our community. The first is the end of the emergency CalFresh allotments. This is an increased allotment that has been provided to households receiving CalFresh in Mendocino County. Since March of 2020, all CalFresh households received a minimum increase of $95 per month in CalFresh funds. The final issuance of these will go out starting tomorrow, and we encourage households to use these additional funds for staple items. Since December of 2019, we have had significant growth in our CalFresh caseloads, growing from 6,625 cases per month to 9,901. Almost a 50% growth in 3 years. And while the benefit amount has almost tripled over this same time period, growing from $17.6 million annually to now $48.1 million. This change is significant to many of our households and our local economy. The decrease is projected to be $18 million in CalFresh benefits year over year in Mendocino County. This change will push for more need within our community to access food banks, match funds at farmers markets, and other low-income food access points, such as senior centers and plowshares. Secondly is the reinstatement of social services regulations of many of our face-to-face visits. We're looking to support video conferencing where allowed and telephonic interviews, as we are a rural community. However, regulations do not support this in all areas, and in some places we will have to require that individuals return to our offices. The third major change is the requirement of renewals to be completed for our Medi-Cal program as the continuous coverage is unwinding. As of January 1st, 2023, there were 40,147 individuals in Mendocino County that received medical care under the Medi-Cal program, living within 22,682 households. We've sent out notices to encourage these households to make sure that we have their correct address and that they complete their renewal packets and return them timely. These packets will be sent out monthly starting in April, and we will see our first round of discontinuances effective in July. We know that access to healthcare is important and want to ensure that social services is supporting our community and health partners. This will be a tremendous lift across the state. We're providing refresher training and we'll be designating focused staff for these efforts. We're pushing information out via mailings, press releases, media updates, and social media. And I appreciate the opportunity today to share the information with our community and help keep everyone aware of these coming changes as the COVID emergency is ending. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Any questions for Director Emery? Okay, well, that's the other big change, is that we've gotten very comfortable with the convenience of attending meetings remotely, and it's going to be difficult to go back to meeting in person, and the restrictions on attending remotely are kind of difficult. I don't know if we've worked that out completely for our board, in your opinion, Counselor?
So I'll defer to clerk of the board staff in terms of any logistical options. Do want to let the board know that as we're going back to a non-emergency state, the default rule under the Brown Act is that a quorum of the body needs to be participating from inside the jurisdictional boundaries in a location that is open and available to the public. You can have teleconferencing as long as every location is open and available to the public. So you could, for example, have a public location here and a public location on the coast, as long as it's noticed, posted, ADA accessible, and there's an opportunity for public comment from each location. Additionally, as of this year, there are some new rules that do allow a finite number of remote participations by individual supervisors on a emergency or good cause basis. So it's pretty limited within the scope of the statute, But you do have the ability, for example, if there's a family medical emergency, to submit a request to the full board to participate remotely, and then if approved by the full board, someone would be able to participate from a home or other non-public location via teleconference.
So that would have to be done on the day of the meeting then, correct?
Not necessarily, but typically, I think that's, as a practical matter, that's going to be the way it works, is that essentially, as of the day of a particular meeting, you know that there's some sort of, family emergency. Childcare issues are specifically called out, as are medical emergencies or physical emergency that may prevent attendance. So, for example, though not, it's not explicitly mentioned in there, but I believe under the definition of physical emergency under the new statute, things like a road closure, for example, from the recent winter storms, could be a temporary basis for remote participation.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams?
I'm excited that the teleconferencing participation for the public will continue. Remember, before the pandemic, we didn't have people Zooming into our meetings. And I think it's, we talk about equity a lot. I think it's provided equity that people who would normally have a 3 or 4 hour round trip couldn't justify coming here to give 3 minutes during a work day. They can be part of our meetings. So
I agree.
It took the pandemic. It was it was an item on one of my agenda items early on in 2019, and it really took the pandemic to execute it.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Any comments from people in the room? There are no online comments, so I believe we need a motion to approve this agenda item.
There was a motion.
I'm sorry, I missed it. So who?
Williams was the maker.
Okay.
And I have Mulhern as the second, through the chair.
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern,
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak,
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy,
Yes.
Chair McGordy,
Yes.
and Supervisor Williams.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Well, that is it. Meeting adjourned.